Chapter 55. Pooh! Yi Qianfeng used shape-shifting phantom and ran for half an hour in the purple cloud mountains. He could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. If he had not taken a soul recovery pill earlier, he would not have been able to withstand the exhaustion of using the frightening soul finger. It would have been even more difficult to escape Shen Tu Shue's pursuit. However, even after taking the soul recovery pill, Yi Qianfeng's injuries were still serious. If Yi Qianfeng's body had not been modified by the 6th meridian divine shield, his meridians might have been torn apart by Shen Tu Shue's sonic soul technique. Shen Tu Shue, Shen Tu Yi, Shangguan Peng. I will definitely take revenge on you in the future. Yi Qianfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and used the soul-devouring art to absorb the remaining medicinal effects of the soul recovery pill. He continued to cross the purple cloud mountains and slowly approached the sky fire marshal house. What do we do? That kid escaped. We are in big trouble. Shen Tuye's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he felt uneasy after failing to kill Wenyin. Once the matter of them killing Wen Feihong and trying to kill Yi Qianfeng was exposed, the Sky Fire Marshal House would not let them off even if the 2 family heads came forward. Don't panic. Shen Tu Shue's eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, Our first task is to get rid of his corpse so that the Sky Fire Marshal House cannot find any evidence. As for killing Yi Qianfeng, you don't have to worry too much. My task is to stop him. Besides Elder Lu, there is also Elder Yu who has a good relationship with my Shen Tu family clan. When the Sky Fire Marshal House's elders ask about it, I will take responsibility for this matter. You just have to bite the bullet and deny it. We can only do this now. Shen Tu Yi and Shangguan Peng looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Why? Are you worried about his revenge in the future? Shen Tu Shue noticed the worry in their eyes and asked with a cold expression, Yi Qianfeng's growth rate is too fast. If we give him a certain amount of time to grow, even if we manage to avoid this calamity, it will be very dangerous in the future. Shan Tui nodded and said worriedly, That's right. Before we crossed the Amethyst mountain range this morning, his overall strength was probably inferior to mine. But now his strength is enough to crush me. If we allow him to enter the Sky Fire Marshal House to cultivate for a period of time, he will become our nightmare, Shangguan Peng said with a grave expression. If he had known earlier that this would be the outcome, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not take the risk to kill Yi Qianfeng. Don't worry, I won't let him enter the Sky Fire Marshal House. Shen Tu Shue's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he spoke in a low voice. Cousin, do you have any good ideas? Shen Tu Yi raised his eyebrows and asked expectantly, Just based on that brat's unauthorized practice of the Marshal House's soul skills, I can use the Marshal House's rules to deal with him. Shen Tu Shue said viciously, All right, the 2 of you shouldn't be together. Wait for me to reach the Sky Fire Marshal House before you appear. Cousin, I'll leave everything to you, Shen Tu Shue said with a heavy heart as he nodded. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow poured down. The beautiful Amethyst mountain range was speckled with golden specks of light. Green trees, wild flowers, small streams, and boulders outlined a beautiful picture. Elder Lu, didn't you say that in this batch of students there is a youth called Yi Qianfeng who is a rare genius that only appears once in 100 years? But at this time, why haven't we seen him cross the Amethyst mountain range and arrive here? Beside the white-haired Elder Lu, an old man with a slender figure, a square face, and a clear scar at the corner of his left, I said coldly as he looked at the forest in the distance. From his tone, one could tell that he did not have a good relationship with Elder Lu. Speed does not represent everything. Comprehension and physical condition are the most important. Elder Lu said with a calm expression, I think highly of this Yi Qianfeng. Is that so? The square-faced old man sneered. I hope that the genius you speak of is not someone with an undeserved reputation. As he spoke, a figure suddenly passed through a patch of shrubbery and appeared before their eyes. Seeing the approaching figure, Elder Lu revealed a faint smile. "Elder Yu, isn't this Yi Qinfeng here?" "He is Yi Qinfeng." Elder Yu's pupils shrank as he shot his gaze towards Yi Qinfeng. When he saw that Yi Qinfeng's clothes were severely damaged and his face was deathly pale, he could not help but reveal a trace of mockery. "Elder Lu, this is the genius that you keep praising. He's not much. At least his results in the first 3 rounds are much better than Shangguan Peng and Shin Tuyi, who you think highly of," Elder Lu retorted without holding back. Hearing Elder Lu's retort, Elder Yu was speechless. His face was ashen, and even his gaze towards Yi Qinfeng became gloomy. Chengfeng, why are your injuries so serious? What did you encounter in the Amethyst mountain range? After approaching, Elder Lu discovered that Yi Qinfeng's injuries were not light, and the soul force in his body was extremely chaotic. He revealed a trace of astonishment as he asked with concern, "Elder Lu, I was just about to report to you. When I was crossing the Amethyst mountain range, I was ambushed by Shangguan Peng, Shin Tuyi, and a senior from the Sky Fire Marshal House. When Fei Hong, who was with me, was unfortunately killed by them," Yi Qinfeng reported, giving a simple account of what had happened. "What?" Hearing Yi Qinfeng's report, Elder Lu and Elder Yu revealed expressions of shock. Following that, Elder Lu's face darkened as he roared furiously, "They have guts! For their own selfish gains, they actually willfully killed the innocent. I will not forgive them. Elder Lu, this is only his side of the story. Let's wait for Shangguan Peng and Shin Tuyi to arrive before making a decision." Elder Yu's eyes flickered as he spoke. Obviously, what Yi Qinfeng had just reported was out of his control. If Yi Qinfeng was telling the truth, Shangguan Peng and Shin Tuyi would not be able to escape death. This was something he absolutely did not wish to see. "Don't worry, I will give them a chance to explain themselves. However, if this matter is true, I will immediately execute them," Elder Lu said in a low voice. "Chengfeng, this soul recovery pill is for you. Take it and heal your injuries properly. I will definitely uphold justice for you." Elder Lu took out a soul recovery pill from his Qinkuan bag and handed it to Yi Qinfeng as he promised. "Thank you, Elder Lu." Yi Qinfeng received the soul recovery pill and raised his head to swallow it. He then circulated the soul-devouring art and quickly refined and absorbed the pill to heal his injuries. After approximately half an incense's time, a figure emerged from the lush shrubs. This person was neither Shen Tuyi nor Shangguan Peng. Instead, it was the scheming Shen Tushue who had already thought of a way to deal with the situation. Chapter 56. Shen Tushue, were you also involved in the assassination of Chengfeng? Elder Lu's face sank as he looked at Shen Tushue with a burning gaze and asked in a dignified manner, "Assassination?" Shen Tushue pretended to be surprised and said, "Elder Lu, are you mistaken? I did indeed exchange blows with junior brother Yi, but that was my mission. How can you call it an assassination?" "Is that so?" Elder Lu asked in a low voice. "Then let me ask you, where are Shangguan Peng and Shen Tuyi? Were they not with you?" "No, I did not meet them in the Purple Cloud Mountains." Shen Tushue shook his head and said, "Shen Tushue, I advise you not to lie to me. If not, even if the Shen Tu family clan appears, they will not be able to protect you." Elder Lu warned coldly. "Elder Lu, please believe me. There really was a reason why I exchanged blows with junior brother Yi." Shen Tushue loudly defended himself. "Shen Tushue, you keep saying that there's a reason. What is the reason?" Elder Yu asked from the side. "Because I accidentally discovered that junior brother Yi knows the middle spirit rank soul skill, soul shaking finger, which is never taught to outsiders. Furthermore, he has cultivated it to the large success stage. Therefore, I wanted to capture him and investigate this matter." Shen Tu Shui respectfully reported. And Yi Qinfeng, let me ask you, did Shen Tu Shui wrongly accuse you? Do you know my martial house's soul-shaking finger? Elder Yu's eyes revealed a stern look as he loudly questioned. Elder Lu, who was standing at the side, also frowned. He didn't expect such a turn of events. The Heavenly Fire Martial House had strict control over soul techniques and soul skills. They did not allow disciples to privately teach them to outsiders. Those who violated the rules would not only be expelled from the Heavenly Fire Martial House, they would also be severely punished. If what Shen Tu Shui said was true, then the consequences would be very serious. Yi Qinfeng, who had recovered from his injuries, stood up from the ground and slowly said, "This frightening soul finger was a spoil of war I obtained from a Sky Fire Martial House senior when I defeated him in the Purple Cloud Mountains. However, I have already cultivated the frightening soul finger to the large success stage, so I returned the soul skill scroll to him." Impudent, Elder Yu's expression darkened as he shouted, "Yi Qinfeng, you still dare to deceive us at this time. Do you believe that I won't punish you severely right now? Elder, may I know what crime I have committed? Why did you punish me so severely?" Yi Qinfeng could not understand how he had offended Elder Yu. Why was he so against him? "You're still playing dumb." Elder Yu's face was gloomy as he questioned, "Let me ask you, how long did you spend cultivating the frightening soul finger?" "More than an hour," Yi Qinfeng said frankly. "Bullshit. Mastering frightening finger to the mastery stage in 1 hour? Do you think we're all fools?" Elder Yu rebuked angrily. Even the top geniuses of the Sky Fire Martial House wouldn't be able to reach the large success stage of the frightening spirit finger within an hour. Not to mention Yi Qinfeng, who didn't seem to have any amazing results. "If you don't believe me, you can find that senior and ask him. Then you'll know if I'm lying or not," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, without a trace of panic on his face. "No need to go through so much trouble. I'll give you a scroll of the mid-grade spirit rank soul skill, Blood Serpent Seal. You can cultivate it in front of us. If you can cultivate the Blood Serpent Seal to the large success stage in 2 hours, not only will I believe you, I'll also give you the reward you deserve. But if you can't do it, then don't blame me for being impolite," Elder Yu said coldly as he took out the Blood Serpent Seal scroll. "Elder Yu, this Blood Serpent Seal may only have one move, but its power and cultivation difficulty is comparable to a high-grade spirit rank soul skill. The difficulty of your test is too high," Elder Lu said with furrowed brows. "Elder Lu, do you still believe his nonsense at a time like this?" Elder Yu snorted and said, "Cultivate the frightening soul finger to the large success stage in 1 hour? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? How about this, Elder Yu? If I can cultivate the Blood Serpent Seal in 2 hours, you'll reward me with 2 more Juku Spirit pills. If I can't do it, I'll be at your disposal." Although Yi Qinfeng could tell from Elder Lu's words that the Blood Serpent Seal was far more difficult than the frightening soul finger, he was still full of confidence in the soul-devouring brain. And, looking at Yi Qinfeng's confident face, the mocking smile on Elder Yu's face instantly froze. "What, Elder Yu, you don't dare?" Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. Since Elder Yu didn't care about his status and went against him, Yi Qinfeng didn't have any misgivings. As for Elder Yu's revenge in the future, he wasn't worried. As long as he displayed astonishing talent and became the focus of the Heavenly Fire Martial House, Elder Yu wouldn't dare to take revenge on him. "All right, I promise you." When he thought about how, with his talent and strength, it took him more than 10 days to cultivate the Blood Serpent Seal to the Great Accomplishment Realm, he did not believe that Yi Qinfeng could cultivate the Blood Serpent Seal to the Great Accomplishment Realm in 2 hours, so he immediately agreed. "Qinfeng, are you sure?" Elder Lu asked in surprise when he heard Yi Qinfeng's suggestion. "It should be about right." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng took the Blood Serpent Seal scroll from Elder Yu's hands. He sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "I'll have to trouble Elder Lu to protect me." "Don't worry. With I here, no one will disturb you." Elder Lu nodded and guaranteed. "Thank you." Yi Qinfeng responded to Elder Lu with a grateful smile. He released his soul power into the scroll and quickly memorized it. "Yi Qinfeng, I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. You actually dared to make such a bet with Elder Yu. With Elder Yu's methods, he will definitely make you regret being born into this world." Shen Tu Shui looked at Yi Qinfeng with schadenfreude. He could already foresee his tragic fate. Time passed minute by minute. After about half an hour, Shangguan Peng and Shin Tuyi arrived one after another. After another hour, Feng Xiao, Ji Qingxue, and Shin Tubing also successfully passed through the Purple Cloud Mountains and arrived at the outskirts of the Heavenly Fire Marshal House. When they heard about Yi Qinfeng's ridiculous actions from Shen Tu Shui, other than Ji Qingxue, the rest of them revealed looks of ridicule. They didn't believe that he could cultivate a mid-grade spirit rank soul skill in 2 hours. There was still an incense stick's worth of time left before the 2 hours were up. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. His hands were like lotuses as they quickly formed complicated hand seals. As the hand seals were formed, Yi Qinfeng's soul power crazily surged into his hands, causing ripples to appear in the air. In the next moment, a lifelike blood snake appeared in Yi Qinfeng's palm. As the hand seals were formed, it grew bigger and bigger. "What?" Seeing the blood snake condensed in Yi Qinfeng's palm, Elder Lu, Elder Yu, Shin Tu Shui, and the rest all opened their eyes and mouths wide. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Blood snake seal. Although Yi Qinfeng was a little rusty at forming the seal for the first time, he still successfully formed the seal and sent it out with force. Rumble. The blood snake instantly turned into an extremely powerful blood seal. It dragged a long blood tail and smashed into a hard boulder in the distance. It instantly shattered the boulder and smashed a large crater in the ground. Monster, this Yi Qinfeng is a monster. Chapter 57. Many thanks to Elder Yu for giving me the blood serpent seal. Looking at the flabbergasted Elder Yu, Yi Qinfeng spat out a mouthful of turbid air and deliberately said, "I'm very satisfied with this power." With the power of the blood serpent seal, its value definitely surpassed that of the frightening soul finger. Even if the Heavenly Fire Marshal House's older disciples wanted to exchange for it in the Spirit Skill Pavilion, they would have to pay a hefty price. However, not only did Yi Qinfeng not pay any price to learn the blood serpent seal, he also won 2 priceless 9th rank 9 Chu spirit pills from Elder Yu in front of everyone. This was undoubtedly a public slap to Elder Yu's face. "Yi Qinfeng, answer me honestly. Have you ever cultivated the blood serpent seal?" Elder Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shock and anger in his heart as he asked in a low voice. "No." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "If Elder Yu doesn't believe me, you can give me another spirit rank mid-grade soul skill to test me. Actually, a spirit rank high-grade soul skill is also fine." Yi Qinfeng paused for a moment before saying, "You." Elder Yu was rendered speechless by Yi Qinfeng. A spirit rank high-grade soul skill was extremely precious. Even if he was an elder of the Heavenly Fire Marshal House, he could only memorize it in the Spirit Skill Pavilion and was unable to bring it out. "Qinfeng, how did you do it? How can you cultivate a soul skill so quickly?" At this moment, Elder Lu still couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had only used 2 hours to cultivate the blood serpent seal. "I don't know either. Every time I concentrate on cultivating, it's very easy for me to enter a mysterious state. Very quickly, I'm able to comprehend the essence of a soul skill." Yi Qinfeng explained what he had thought of long ago. Could it be that Yi Qinfeng has just entered the Netherworld concept? Elder Lu guessed in his heart. The Netherworld concept was an extremely mysterious concept. Once one entered it, one's cultivation speed would greatly increase. However, many people were unable to enter the netherworld concept even once in their lifetime. Genius, an absolute genius. Cheng Feng, your talent is the highest I have ever seen. Even in the Heavenly Fire sect, it would be difficult to find someone with your talent. You deserve to be first in this assessment. Elder Lu said excitedly, not concealing his admiration for Yi Qinfeng. Elder Lu, since I have proven my innocence, can we talk about Shen Tuye's group's assassination of me and Wen Fei Hong? Yi Qinfeng said coldly as he looked at Shangguan Peng, Shin Tishui, and Shin Ti, whose expressions were ugly. When they saw Yi Qinfeng's murderous gaze, the hearts of Shin Tuyi and the other two trembled. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's monstrous talent, the three of them finally felt fear. As long as Yi Qinfeng was given time, Xingu Shui and the others believed that he would grow to a level that they could only look up to. If he wanted to crush them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Don't worry, if what you said is true, my Heavenly Fire Marshal House will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Elder Lu nodded and repeatedly promised. Yi Qinfeng, don't slander us. When did we kill you and Wen Fei Hong? If you have the ability, call Wen Fei Hong out and confront him on the spot. Shin Tu-Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart as he loudly reprimanded. I am indeed unable to call Wen Fei Hong out because he has already been cruelly killed by you. Yi Qinfeng said in a low voice as he calmly looked at Xingu Yi and the others. Wen Fei Hong is dead. After hearing this news, the most shocked person was Ji Qingxue, who knew some inside information. Her gaze towards Yi Qinfeng changed greatly. Yi Qinfeng, although I don't know why you're trying to frame us on purpose, please take out the evidence before you frame us. Otherwise, don't slander us here and frame us, Shangguan Peng said with an ugly expression. Since you want evidence, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took out the memory stone that Ji Qingxue had given him and said, I've secretly recorded the matter of you killing Wen Fei Hong and trying to kill me. I'm not afraid that you won't admit to it. Seeing the memory stone in Yi Qinfeng's hand, Xingu Shui, Xingu Yi, and Shangguan Peng's expressions changed greatly. Among them, Xingu Yi, who had the weakest will, had large amounts of cold sweat on his forehead as he panicked. Why aren't you speaking? Seeing the three's pale faces, Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, Didn't you say that I was slandering you? Why are you afraid now? The three of you sure are audacious. Tell me the truth. If you continue to hide the truth, I'll kill you. Seeing the change in their expressions, Elder Lu's face sank. A powerful, baleful aura radiated from his body as he shouted loudly. Junior Yi, we know our wrongs. Please be magnanimous and spare us. As long as Junior Yi agrees, we're willing to spend an astronomical price to buy the memory stone in Junior Ye's hand to make up for our mistakes. Just as the situation became unprecedentedly tense and Elder Lu wanted to use torture to extort a confession, Xingu Shui suppressed his voice into a line and transmitted it into Yi Qinfeng's ears. Astronomical price? What is this astronomical price you speak of? Yi Qinfeng's eyebrows twitched slightly as he became slightly interested. He transmitted his voice in response. 500 low-grade soul crystals. Xingu Shui clenched his teeth and transmitted his voice. This is the astronomical price you speak of? Don't make a fool of yourself. Yi Qinfeng sneered as he transmitted his voice. Then what do you want? Xingu Shui had never felt so aggrieved before. However, when he thought of the consequences of this matter, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it, allowing Yi Qinfeng to blackmail him. 2,000 low-grade soul crystals, a heaven and earth spirit herb that can replenish blood, as well as a cosmic bag. Yi Qinfeng demanded an exorbitant price. No, I cannot satisfy your conditions with my own ability. Xingu Shui transmitted his voice in annoyance. If that's the case, then forget it. Elder Lu, I wonder if you can pass the memory stone in my hand to Lord Prefecture Lord and get him to uphold justice for us. Yi Qinfeng said. Wait, I promise you. Xingu Shui transmitted his voice weakly. If he really alarmed the Prefecture Lord, then even if the Xingu family clan stepped in, they would not be able to protect them. I don't like to take credit. If you can't give it to me immediately, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yi Qinfeng transmitted his voice as he warned coldly. I know. Xingu Shui nodded his head heavily as he replied. Qingfeng, give me the memory stone in your hand, Elder Lu demanded. Elder Lu, if the three of them are willing to sincerely apologize to me and compensate me with something, then I can spare them. Yi Qinfeng's tone changed as he said, slowly, That's right, Elder Lu. The three of them were probably muddle-headed for a moment. As long as Yi Qinfeng is willing to forgive them, it's not impossible to give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. Elder Yu saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better, so he echoed from the side. Then, what about Wen Fei Hong's revenge? Elder Lu said with a serious expression. As for Wen Fei Hong's matter, I think it's better for the Xingu family clan, the Shangguan family clan, and the Wen family to negotiate. I believe the two family clans will give the Wen family an explanation. Elder Yu said, Qingfeng, don't have any burdens in your heart. Tell me honestly, are you really willing to give them a chance to turn over a new leaf? Elder Lu asked again, seeking his opinion. Before the assessment, I had made a bet with Xingu Yi and Shangguan Peng. If my results were better than theirs, they would give me the reward. If they are willing to fulfill their promise, Elder Yu will give me the 2 Juku spirit pills that he lost to me. Together with the conditions that he just agreed to, I will forgive them and guarantee that I will not pursue this matter in the future. Yi Qinfeng said with a nod. You, hearing that Yi Qinfeng really dared to ask for 2 Juku spirit pills from him, Elder Yu's face turned ashen. However, in front of so many people, he was indeed embarrassed to go back on his word. Chapter 58. Elder Yu, can you lend me 1,500 low-grade soul crystals? Shintu Shui glanced at Elder Yu, who was on the verge of going berserk, and braced himself to ask. Shintu Shui, what do you want so many low-grade soul crystals for? Elder Yu roared with a gloomy expression. Although he was an elder of the Sky Fire Marshal House and had a monthly supply of soul crystals, 1,500 low-grade soul crystals was not a small amount. He was unable to take it out in a short period of time. I agree to compensate Yi Qinfeng with 2,000 low-grade soul crystals. Shintu Shui clenched his teeth and said, 2,000 low-grade soul crystals. Elder Yu sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Brat, you are too ruthless. Ruthless? 2,000 low-grade soul crystals for 3 lives. I wonder if this deal is worth it. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Elder Yu, if you are willing to lend me 1,500 low-grade soul crystals, I promise to return you 1,600 within 3 days. After being caught by Yi Qinfeng, the sullen Shintu Shui had no choice but to compromise. No, I don't have a single one. Elder Yu felt that he was extremely unlucky. Not only did he offend a genius with boundless potential for no reason, he also lost 2 priceless 9 Chu spirit pills for no reason. Now, Shintu Shui was asking to borrow soul crystals to compensate Yi Qinfeng in front of so many people. This made Elder Yu so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He immediately refused. Shintu Shui, my patience is limited. If you can't take out the promise conditions, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he looked at the sullen Shintu Shui, whose face was green and red. Give me an hour. I will return to the Sky Fire Marshal House to borrow. Shintu Shui clenched his teeth and said, All right, then I will give you an hour. If you are not back in an hour, then I won't be polite. Yi Qinfeng warned coldly. I will definitely be back. After saying that, the ashen-faced Shintishue flashed and disappeared under the setting sun. Elder Yu, can you give me those 2 Juku spiritual pills? As he watched Shintishue's departing figure, the corners of Yi Qinfeng's mouth slightly curled as a trace of coldness surfaced. He cast his gaze towards Elder Yu, whose expression was ugly, and said, "Good, good, good." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Elder Yu couldn't act shamelessly. What's more, he was afraid of Yi Qinfeng's talent. In desperation, he could only reluctantly give the 2 Juku spirit pills that he had kept for many years to Yi Qinfeng. Opening the jade box containing the Juku spirit pills, Yi Qinfeng only felt a refreshing medicinal fragrance coming from the 2 long-incised, milky white Juku spirit pills, which made him take a deep breath and feel refreshed. As expected of a 9th grade medicinal pill, just the medicinal aroma alone is enough to lift one's spirit. If I consume it, it can at least raise my cultivation by 1 level. Yi Qinfeng kept the 2 Juku spirit pills close to his body. Looking at the gloomy Elder Yu, he said, "Thank you for the medicine, Elder Yu." "Elder Lu, there's nothing else for I to do here. I'll take my leave first." Elder Yu, whose heart was filled with anger, felt that if he stayed any longer, he might vomit blood because of Yi Qinfeng. He flicked his sleeves and left. "Qinfeng, you have the best results in the Sky Fire Martial House's assessment. This Juku spirit pill is your reward." After Elder Yu left, Elder Lu began to distribute the rewards and gave Yi Qinfeng another Juku spirit pill. "Shangguan Peng, Shintiyi, you are the 2nd and 3rd place finishers in the Sky Fire Martial House's assessment. This is your reward, the Earth Spirit Pill, White Jade Scarlet Sun Pill." After rewarding Yi Qinfeng, Elder Lu rewarded Shangguan Peng and Shintiyi, respectively. "Shangguan Peng, Shintiyi, the rewards in your hands should be mine, right?" Just as Shangguan Peng and Shen Tui received their rewards, Yi Qinfeng's voice rang in their ears before their hands were even warm. "Here you go." Regardless of whether Yi Qinfeng had something on them or Elder Lu as a witness, they did not dare to go back on their word. Left with no other choice, the 2 of them reluctantly handed over the 2 precious rank 8 medicinal pills to Yi Qinfeng. 3 9th ranked Dawn and 2 8th ranked Dawn. This kind of harvest made everyone's eyes turn red with envy. They were so jealous that they wanted to die. Yi Qinfeng, he really changed. Looking at the tall and straight figure of Yi Qinfeng, who seemed to have been reborn, Ji Qingxue suddenly realized that she didn't recognize him anymore. "Feng Xiao, Ji Qingxue, Shintabing, you are the 4th to 6th place finishers in the Sky Fire Martial House's assessment. This is your reward." After rewarding the top 3 finishers, Elder Lu rewarded Ji Qingxue and the other 2. "All right, I now announce that the 6 of you are officially disciples of the Sky Fire Martial House. Once Yi Qinfeng's matter is settled, you will follow me into the Martial House and complete the formalities. In the future, you will be able to cultivate in the Sky Fire Martial House," Elder Lu announced. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Feng Xiao and Ji Qingxue were slightly excited. Beside them, Shintabing was trembling in fear. She regretted provoking Yi Qinfeng. Time slowly passed. Seeing that 1 hour was almost up, the gloomy Shintishue finally returned. "Yi Qinfeng, I've brought you the things you wanted. However, before I give you the things, you must promise me that this matter will end here and that you will not mention it again in the future. Furthermore, you must give me the memory stone in your hands." The much more haggard Shen Tu Shui said coldly. In order to gather the things Yi Qinfeng wanted within an hour, he had paid an unimaginable price. It could be said that for the next few years, he would have to sell his life to someone else. "All right, I promise you. After you give me the item, this matter will be over. In the future, if any one of us mentions this matter again, we will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yi Qinfeng nodded and swore in front of everyone. I'll give you the things, but give me the memory stone. Hearing Yi Qinfeng swear in front of everyone, the coldness on Shintishue's face eased a little. He threw the Qinkuan bag in his hand to Yi Qinfeng in exchange for the memory stone in his hand. That's right, Shintishue. Before I leave, I have to tell you something. Yi Qinfeng placed the Qinkuan bag in his chest and called out to Shintishue, who was about to leave. He said, Actually, I lied to you. I did not use the memory stone to remember how you tried to kill me and when Fei home. What? Just as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, Shintishue and the other two's expressions changed greatly. Shintishue hurriedly checked the memory stone and discovered that it was as Yi Qinfeng had said. There were no scenes in the memory stone. I've discovered that you guys are really stupid. In that kind of situation just now, did you think that I had the time to use the memory stone? Yi Qinfeng looked at the three's furious faces and asked in return, Yi Qinfeng, you dare trick me? Knowing that he had been tricked, Shintishue could not suppress the fury in his heart. He was like an enraged lion as he roared at Yi Qinfeng. As for Shangguan Peng and Shintiyi, they had also been driven mad by the truth. They gnashed their teeth as they looked at Yi Qinfeng, wishing they could cut him into pieces. All right. Don't be so angry. It won't be good if something happens to you guys. Yi Qinfeng looked at the three furious people and said indifferently, You, thinking of the price he had to pay for this, an unbearable sense of humiliation instantly spread through Shintishue's heart. The humiliation that he had never felt before pierced his heart deeply, driving him mad. It made him furious, and it made him almost lose his reason. Puffed! His fury reached its peak. The crazed Shintishue tasted something sweet in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Chapter 59. The night was like water. The gentle moonlight shone down, enveloping the entire Zijin imperial city in silence. On the night of the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment, Yi Qinfeng and the rest results were spread throughout Zijin imperial city. The conflict between Yi Qinfeng and Shintishue and the other two, as well as his monstrous talent, was intentionally concealed by the Sky Fire Marshal House. Very few people in the outside world knew about this. In the Yi family's old residence, Father, the results of the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment are out. Yi Yihai, who had gone to gather information, hurriedly returned to the Yi family's old residence. Did Yi Qinfeng pass the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment? Yi Qingchuan, who was drinking tea in the study, quickly placed the teacup on the table and asked. Yi Qinfeng did not disappoint our expectations. He ranked first in all 3 rounds of assessment and successfully became a disciple of the Sky Fire Marshal House. Even the strict elder Lu was full of praise for him. Yi Yihai told the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Qingchuan, about the news he had gathered. First in all 3 rounds. Although Yi Qingchuan had overestimated Yi Qinfeng, he was still shocked when he heard his final results. Looking at Yi Qingchuan's shocked expression, Yi Yihai revealed a bitter smile. When he first found out about Yi Qinfeng's results, his reaction was the same as Yi Qingchuan's. It had been more than 30 years since a disciple of the Zijin kingdom defeated a disciple of an ancient martial family and obtained first place in the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment. Sai, it seems like we were wrong. This Yi Qinfeng is a hidden dragon. I'm afraid that our Yi family has lost our only chance to rise. After finding out about Yi Qinfeng's stunning results, Yi Qingchuan sighed deeply. His words were filled with self-blame and regret. Father, why don't you talk to Yi Qinfeng? Maybe he will return to the Yi family on account of Big Brother. Yi Yihai looked at Yi Qingchuan, who was blaming himself, and asked, Sai, all right. We will think of a way to invite Yi Qinfeng out. Hopefully, he will return on account of Xuanxiang. Yi Qingchuan nodded and said, The Yi family was regretting because of Yi Qinfeng's amazing results. The number one family in the Zijin kingdom, the Jiang family, was feeling uneasy because of Yi Qinfeng's heaven-defying results. I didn't expect that little bastard to have hidden himself so deeply. I have to think of a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, when he grows up, I'm afraid he will become a huge threat to my Jiang family. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhongxiong, lightly tapped his finger on the octagonal table beside him and said with a gloomy expression, "Father, are you afraid that Yi Qinfeng will take revenge on our Jiang family after finding out the cause of Yi Xuanxiang's death?" Jiang Zhongxiong's eldest son, Jiang Shiyu, asked. "That's right. Although Yi Qinfeng doesn't have much affection for the Yi clan, he was brought up by Yi Xuanxiang. If he finds out that Yi Xuanxiang was poisoned by us, the consequences will be dire," Jiang Zhongxiong said with a grave expression. "Grandpa, there's no need to worry about the threat that Yi Qinfeng poses. Someone will deal with him." Just when the atmosphere in the Jiang family's main hall was a little tense, Jiang Yijuan, who had brought the news back from the Sky Fire Marshal House, spoke up. "Yijuan, who will help us deal with Yi Qinfeng?" Jiang Zhongxiong's snow-white eyebrows twitched as he asked. "The Shen Tu family clan and the Shangguan family clan," Jiang Yijuan said. "Why? Did Yi Qinfeng offend two big ancient martial arts families?" Jiang Zhongxiong said with some surprise. Although the Jiang family was the number one family in the Zijin kingdom, the Jiang family was far inferior to the two big ancient martial arts families in terms of background and overall strength. "Yes, I heard that when Yi Qinfeng passed through the Purple Cloud Mountains, he had an intense conflict with Shen Tu Shui, Shin Tu Yi, and Shangguan Peng. In the end, it even alarmed the Sky Fire Marshal House's elders." Jiang Yijuan nodded his head and told them the news he had heard. However, because Shen Tu Shui and the rest had intentionally concealed the truth about killing Yi Qinfeng and Wen Fei Hong, the news that Jiang Yijuan knew was a little one-sided. If that's really the case, then that's great. Once the two big families join forces to deal with Yi Qinfeng, that kid will definitely die. Jiang Zhongxiong revealed a relieved smile as he slowly said, "Yijuan, when you return to the Sky Fire Marshal House, pay more attention to Yi Qinfeng. If there's a chance, kill him to prevent future troubles." Jiang Zhongxiong said viciously, "Don't worry, grandfather, I know what to do." Jiang Yijuan nodded his head and said, Just as the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment ended and various parties were making their moves, Yi Qinfeng and the other 5 completed the procedures to enter the Marshal House under Elder Lu's arrangements. They obtained their own identity tokens and officially became disciples of the Sky Fire Marshal House. As for the burly man that was killed by Yi Qinfeng, because of the conflict earlier, no one paid attention to him. This made Ji Qingshue's anxious heart relax. These 6 courtyards will be your living quarters from now on. Qingfeng, you have the best results in this assessment, so you can choose your residence first. Elder Lu took a map of the Sky Fire Marshal House that was filled with markings and pointed to the 6 empty courtyards. I'll choose this one. Yi Qinfeng liked peace and quiet, so he took a liking to it at first glance. It was built on the edge of a cliff and was in a relatively remote location. After Yi Qinfeng finished choosing, Shang Guanping, Shin Tishui, and the rest each chose their own courtyards. These 6 array flags are for you. You only need to insert them into the center of the array in the courtyard, and it will activate the array patterns in the courtyard. This way, you won't have to worry about being disturbed when you cultivate. These are the Sky Fire Marshal House's unique martial robes. These martial robes are made from ice silk and gold silk. After wearing them, you will be able to avoid hundreds of insects, poisonous miasma, and be invulnerable to swords and spears. Also, 30 low-grade soul crystals are for you. You can use these soul crystals to select soul techniques and soul skills from the Spirit Skill Pavilion. You can also cultivate in the Spirit Gathering Array. However, after the low-grade soul crystals are used up, you will need to think of ways to earn more. If you want to earn more soul crystals, this jade slip will give you a detailed introduction. All right, it's getting late. You should return to your courtyards to rest. I hope to see your names on the Sky Fire Marshal ranking in the future. Thank you, Elder Lu. After Yi Qinfeng and the rest put away the resources given to them by Elder Lu, they followed the directions on the map and went to their respective residences. Yi Qinfeng, just you wait. My Shinto family clan will definitely not let you off. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's departing figure, Shinto Yi, who had been played by Yi Qinfeng and suffered a great loss, swore in his heart. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint. What a beautiful courtyard! Arriving at his own courtyard, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He never thought that the Sky Fire Marshal house's living conditions would be so good. The walls were made of lapis lazuli and were inlaid with luminous pearls. In the courtyard, there were pavilions and terraces. The green bamboo swayed with the wind, and in a clear pond, small fish swam happily. When Yi Qinfeng inserted the array flags into the center of the array, he could clearly feel the surrounding spiritual energy being attracted and slowly flowing into the courtyard. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the courtyard was filled with spiritual energy. It was like a fairyland. No wonder the disciples of the large families are racking their brains to enter the Sky Fire Marshal house to cultivate. Just the cultivation environment here is much better than the outside world. Chapter 60. Marshal House Rules. As his soul power seeped into the jade slip, Yi Qinfeng first saw the rules of the Sky Fire Marshal house. However, the rules were only useful to the weak, so he quickly skimmed through them before continuing to read. Following that, a detailed topographic map of the Sky Fire Marshal house appeared before his eyes. The map clearly marked out the 8 special areas of the Marshal house. They were the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Spirit Skill Pavilion, Elixir Hall, Gravity Cave, Spiritual Kitchen, Spirit Gathering Array, Arena, Mission Block, and Heavenly Soul Array. These 7 special areas were the foundation of the Sky Fire Marshal house. They were the key to producing a large number of Earth Beast Generals. However, to use these 7 special areas to increase one's strength, one had to pay a certain amount of low-grade soul crystals. This was why low-grade soul crystals were in high demand in the Sky Fire Marshal house. I wonder how long 2,000 low-grade soul crystals will last me. After browsing through the jade slip, Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. Although 2,000 low-grade soul crystals was not a small amount, Yi Qinfeng knew that it was far from enough to cover his expenses in the Sky Fire Marshal house. Other than cultivating, he had to think of ways to earn low-grade soul crystals. The Heavenly Soul Array, Arena, and Mission Block were the 3 ways to earn low-grade soul crystals. Among them, Yi Qinfeng was very interested in the Heavenly Soul Array. The Heavenly Soul Array was divided into 9 layers of arrays. Each layer of array space had different levels of enemies to test. Every time one broke through an array, the Heavenly Soul Array would reward different amounts of points based on the number and level of enemies killed. Those with high points would have the opportunity to enter the Sky Fire Marshal ranking mentioned by Elder Lu. Once one became an expert on the Sky Fire Marshal ranking, one would not need to do missions every month and would be rewarded with a certain amount of low-grade soul crystals. If one was in the top 10 of the Sky Fire Marshal ranking, the monthly reward would be enough to make the Sky Fire Marshal house elders jealous. However, the Sky Fire Marshal ranking was limited. Only the top 50 could enter the ranking, so the competition was very intense. Those disciples who could not enter the ranking could only go to the mission block to accept missions or gamble with others in the arena to earn low-grade soul crystals. However, whether it was the Heavenly Soul Array, Arena, or mission block, one had to rely on strength. If one did not have enough strength, cultivating in the Sky Fire Marshal house would not only hit a wall, they would also be bullied. I wonder if I can make it onto the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking if I replenish all the qi and blood in my body. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. He decided to first refine and absorb the blood coral he extorted from Shintishue, then refine and absorb the white jade crimson sun pill he won to replenish the vital energy and blood in his body. The night was getting darker. Under the cover of the formation, the courtyard was quiet. After bathing and changing his clothes, Yi Qinfeng adjusted himself to his best condition. He took out the Qinkuan pouch he had used to extort Shen Tushue, and took out the blood coral he had placed inside. The quality of this blood coral is not bad. Although Yi Qinfeng felt that the amount of blood contained in the blood coral was far less than that of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king, it was still a treasure that could replenish blood and qi. If he refined it, he should be able to replenish around 80% of the blood and qi in his body. Yi Qinfeng pressed one hand on the blood coral and closed his eyes. He released a strand of soul thread into the blood coral. With a wong sound, the blood-red blood coral that had no luster on its surface was stimulated by the soul thread and suddenly trembled. Rays of blood-red light shot out from the blood coral, illuminating the entire room in a blood-red color. It was extremely strange. Devour. Seeing the power of blood and qi in the blood coral being activated, Yi Qinfeng immediately circulated the soul-devouring art at high speed. He devoured the power of blood and qi in the blood coral and channeled it into his crisscrossing meridians. It flowed throughout his body, replenishing the missing power of blood and qi in his body. As the power of blood and qi in his body increased, Yi Qinfeng's cells became active, constantly fusing with the power of blood and qi. His skin became redder and redder, as if blood would seep out with a light press. Compared to the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king, the power of blood and qi in the blood coral was much milder. In addition, Yi Qinfeng had broken through to the realm of a grade 1 beast illusion master. His body's endurance had increased by several folds. During the process of refining the blood coral, he basically did not feel any pain. Time passed by slowly. Yi Qinfeng circulated the soul-devouring art and sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate until dawn. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The blood-red color quickly faded and the cracked blood coral turned into powder. After absorbing the power of the blood coral, Yi Qinfeng felt that his strength had increased by 20%. The power of blood and qi in his body had recovered by nearly 80%. His pure physical strength had increased from 800 jin to 11,000 jin. Yi Qinfeng looked out the window and saw that the sun had risen. He did not continue cultivating and simply stretched his body. He took a bath and left the secluded courtyard. According to the map, he went to the spiritual kitchen to eat. There are indeed many experts in the Heavenly Fire Marshal House. Along the way, Yi Qinfeng met many disciples of the Heavenly Fire Marshal House. All of them had one thing in common, which was that they were all at a higher realm than a beast illusion master. Moreover, their auras were very vigorous. Spiritual kitchen, it's here. As he walked, Yi Qinfeng saw a huge building that looked like a pavilion from afar. There was a huge signboard hanging from the building. On the signboard, there were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Spiritual Kitchen. 1,000-year-old oolong wood. Walking into the spiritual kitchen, Yi Qinfeng was immediately attracted by the wooden tables and chairs. These tables and chairs were all made from the 1,000-year-old oolong wood, which was worth as much as gold. In the kingdom of Zijin, a table and chair made from 1,000-year-old oolong wood would cost more than 300,000 taels of silver. But here, it was casually placed as an ordinary table and chair. Yi Qinfeng found a table near the window. Just as he sat down, a human-shaped puppet came in front of him with a menu. When Yi Qinfeng saw the dishes on the menu, he was slightly speechless. Many of the dishes were made from the flesh of vicious beasts mixed with rare herbs. The price was also ridiculously expensive. One of the most expensive dishes was the blood snake and blackbird soup. It was brewed using spirit beasts, blood snakes, blackbirds, and dozens of precious herbs. It cost more than 50 low-grade soul crystals. An ordinary person couldn't afford it. Even if Yi Qinfeng had more than 2,000 low-grade soul crystals, he would not dare to eat so extravagantly. He only ordered one dish and one soup, which cost him 8 low-grade soul crystals. No wonder these dishes are so expensive. There is a reason for it. Yi Qinfeng took a bite of the dish made from vicious beast meat. He immediately felt the fragrance in his mouth. A warm current flowed down his throat and into his meridians, nourishing his body and stabilizing his realm. Following that, he drank a mouthful of the soup made from the blood and tendons of vicious beasts. He also felt the pure spiritual energy flowing into his body, slightly increasing the blood and qi in his cells. Chapter 61. Yo, this year's new students are indeed rich. They just entered the Sky Fire Marshal House and already came to the spiritual kitchen for a meal. How rich! Just as Yi Qinfeng was eating with relish and the warm current was nourishing his body, a sarcastic voice entered his ears. 2 seniors wearing dark gray long robes walked in with great vigor. They were level 3 beast illusionists, and their auras were vigorous. They came to the spiritual kitchen and looked at Yi Qinfeng with hostility. Feeling the hostility in their eyes, Yi Qinfeng guessed that they must have been instigated by someone to deliberately find trouble with him, and the instigator was most likely Shinta Shui. However, the Sky Fire Marshal House strictly forbade private fights. If the 2 parties wanted to resolve the conflict by force, they had to go to the arena. Otherwise, if the Sky Fire Marshal House's elders found out, they would be severely punished. Kid, I heard you have a lot of soul crystals. How about it? Treat us brothers to a meal. If you serve us well, we will protect you in the future. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was ignoring them, the 2 were not angry. They directly walked in front of Yi Qinfeng and looked down at him, provoking him. If you want me to treat you to a meal in the spiritual kitchen, that will depend on whether you have the ability. Yi Qinfeng put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at the 2 calmly. Arrogant indeed. The Chinaman was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Yi Qinfeng with contempt and said, "What? You want to challenge us?" "That's right. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yi Qinfeng asked coldly. Although Yi Qinfeng had not broken through after refining and absorbing the blood coral, he had replenished the blood qi in his body to nearly 80%. His physical strength alone exceeded 10,000 jin. Coupled with the blood serpent seal that he had comprehended, he could completely crush a level 3 beast illusionist. Haha, did I hear wrongly? The 2 senior students were startled. They revealed a mocking smile and said, "This kid dares to challenge us. If you agree, we will go to the Great Soul Arena. If you don't, then scram as far as you can. Don't be an eyesore in front of me," Yi Qinfeng said coldly. The 2 older students did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so arrogant. Their faces darkened as they spoke with murderous intent. "Since you want to die, we will fulfill your wish." "We don't know who will die yet." Yi Qinfeng took out 8 low-grade soul crystals from his Qinquan bag and placed them on the table. He then walked out of the spiritual kitchen. F*CK Kong Song, I'll go first. I'm going to break his legs and make him beg for mercy like a dog. The square-faced man stared at Yi Qinfeng's back as he gritted his teeth and said, "Xiong He, this kid shouldn't be simple. Be careful during the competition later. Don't fail miserably." The skinny Kong Song reminded with a glint in his eyes, "Don't worry, there won't be any accidents." Xiong, he was confident in his own strength. He did not believe that he would lose to Yi Qinfeng. The Great Soul Arena was the only place in the Sky Fire Marshal House where disciples were allowed to fight. It was located in the northwest part of the Sky Fire Marshal House, at the bottom of a steep cliff. Yi Qinfeng walked up the white jade stairs and entered the Great Soul Arena that was built like a pavilion. He discovered that there were sabers, swords, axes, spears, long spears, giant hammers, and thousands of other huge weapons around the Great Soul Arena, giving a strong visual impact. In the center of the Great Soul Arena, there were 3 arenas made of black iron. At this moment, there were 4 senior students of the Sky Fire Martial House fighting in the arenas. Many people were watching from below. "Elder Jean, we want to fight." "I'll have to trouble Elder Jean to open the 3rd arena." Entering the arena, Xiong he respectfully said to a white-haired old man wearing a linen robe with a strong aura, "En." Elder Jean glanced at Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 with his turbid eyes and reminded them in a low voice, "You can fight, but you can't kill. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the martial house's rules." After saying that, Elder Jean opened the restriction runes and opened the 3rd arena. Xiong he knew that Yi Qinfeng had extorted 2,000 low-grade soul crystals from Shen Tushui, so he maliciously suggested, "Brat, isn't a simple fight too boring? Why don't we make a bet?" "Of course. How about we bet 2,000 low-grade soul crystals?" Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up slightly as he spoke with a hint of coldness. Although Xiong he and Kong Song wanted to agree, they usually cultivated and consumed a large amount of low-grade spirit crystals. They did not have that much savings. "Didn't you want to make a bet? Why are you mute now?" Yi Qinfeng deliberately ridiculed them when he saw their ashen faces. "We don't have that many low-grade spirit crystals," Xiong he said while grinding his teeth, guessing that Yi Qinfeng was deliberately humiliating him. "Sigh, how disappointing. Then how many low-grade spirit crystals do you want to bet?" "If it's too little, I won't play." Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and said with flagging interest. Xiong he and Kong Song were so angry that their eyes were spitting fire. "We'll bet 300 low-grade spirit crystals." Xiong he calculated his wealth and said while clenching his teeth. 300 low-grade spirit crystals. "Sigh, you guys are really poor." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said with a sigh, "Kid, don't be so arrogant. You'll be crying in a while." Xiong he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he heard Yi Qinfeng's ridicule. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. "Are you guys ready?" "If you're ready, give me the wager, and we can start the fight." Elder Jean looked at the unfamiliar face of Yi Qinfeng and said, "I've been ready for a long time." Xiong he clenched his fists and said with a high fighting spirit. He handed over the 300 low-grade spirit crystals to Elder Jean and jumped into the arena. "Well, why are you alone? Aren't you coming?" Yi Qinfeng looked at Kong Song and asked, "Why? Do you want to challenge both of us at the same time?" Kong Song frowned and asked in surprise. The 2 of them never dreamed that Yi Qinfeng would be so arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and openly challenged them. "Yes, it's too time-consuming to fight one by one. Moreover, it's not challenging." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Well, don't talk nonsense. You 2 come at me together. I'll go back and cultivate after I finish you." Arrogant, too arrogant. Xiong he and the other man thought that they were already very arrogant normally, but they didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be even more arrogant and savage than them. Waves of anger erupted from their chests, and their faces turned green from anger. "Elder Jean, here are 600 low-grade spirit crystals." Yi Qinfeng ignored the fiery gazes of the 2 elders. He took out 600 low-grade soul crystals from his cosmos sack and handed them over to Elder Jean, who had a strange expression on his face. Then he jumped onto the stage. "Since you want to die, we'll help you." Kong Song, who was burning with rage and filled with killing intent, roared. He handed over the bet to Elder Jean and leapt onto the stage. "I swear, I'll make you regret this." Xiong he gritted his teeth and said. As he spoke, 2 soul beasts that emitted green light appeared on their bodies, and a strong pressure engulfed Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 62. Why is it him? At this time, in a corner of the Great Soul Arena, a tall man wearing a black robe noticed Yi Qinfeng and revealed a strange expression. This man was none other than the black-robed man that Yi Qinfeng had robbed when he passed through the Purple Cloud mountain range and obtained the frightening Soul Finger. The black-robed man shook his head and muttered to himself. He just entered the Sky Fire Marshal House, and he's already challenging 2 rank 3 beast illusionists by himself. Is this kid a monster? Although Yi Qinfeng's actions seemed extremely arrogant, when he thought of Yi Qinfeng's shocking talent, he didn't think highly of Xiong He and Kong Song. Under the pressure of the auras released by Xiong He and Kong Song, Yi Qinfeng's aura erupted like a volcano. He was like an evil wolf that had been lying in wait for a long time, baring its fangs and emitting killing intent. Full strength. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's blood and qi energy erupted, causing the air around him to tremble violently. It constantly tore apart the aura released by Xiong He and Kong Song's spirit-beast fusion. What? Xiong He and the other 2 revealed shocked expressions when they sensed the sudden burst of power from Yi Qinfeng's body. The way they looked at Yi Qinfeng changed drastically. Never in their dreams would they have thought that Yi Qinfeng, who was only a rank 1 beast illusionist, could erupt with strength that was even more terrifying than theirs. Monster, he is indeed a monster. The black-robed man looked at Yi Qinfeng with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't imagine that Yi Qinfeng's strength would grow so much in just one day. Let's go. After a brief moment of shock, Xiong He and Kong Song launched their attacks first. Xiong He took 8 steps to catch up to Yi Qinfeng, closing in on him with a single step. As for Kong Song, he took out a large saber with 2 offensive runes engraved on it from his cosmos bag and slashed down with a force that could split the heavens. Xiong He and Kong Song's coordination was extremely good. The 2 of them together could defeat a rank 4 beast illusionist genius. But they didn't know that Yi Qinfeng's physical strength surpassed that of a rank 4 beast illusionist, making up for his lack of strength. Blood Serpent Seal. Soul Breaker. Yi Qinfeng straightened his back in the face of Xiong He and the other man's joint attack. He did not dodge. Following the soul power in his body, 5,000 kilograms of strength surged into his arms. His right hand danced like an agile snake and instantly condensed the Blood Serpent Seal, which bombarded Xiong He's soul skill at close range. Yi Qinfeng pointed at the air with his left hand, and a foot-long finger light streaked across the sky. It was aimed at the sharp blade light that Kong Song had unleashed with his soul skill. Boom, boom. 2 loud sounds rang out, for powerful soul skills collided intensely, and streaks of resplendent soul light shot out, causing dense water ripples to appear in the air. And when did the Sky Flame Marshal House produce such a genius? After witnessing Yi Qinfeng unleashing different soul skills with both hands and taking on Xiong He and Kong Song's attacks head-on, Elder Jin's emotionless face revealed a trace of astonishment. This was because to unleash 2 soul skills at the same time, not only did one need to cultivate the soul skill to an extremely high level, one also needed to multitask in an instant, controlling the soul skill within one's body to unleash 2 attacks at the same time. This was something that most people would not be able to do. Blood Serpent Seal. In just a day's time, not only did he break through his realm and increase his strength, he actually comprehended a mid-grade spirit rank soul skill and even cultivated it to the large success stage. How can there be such a monster in this world? The black-clothed man was shocked speechless by Yi Qinfeng's monstrous talent, and his entire body was numb. Shape-shifting phantom. After taking on the 2 soul skills head-on, Yi Qinfeng's feet flashed, and he passed through the layers of explosive aura, appearing behind Xiong He in an extremely strange manner. Not good. Feeling the danger behind him, Xiong He's heart jumped wildly, and he wanted to use 8 steps overtaking Cicada to dodge. However, at this moment, Yi Qinfeng's foot shot out a force of nearly 15,000 kilograms, which was transmitted into the ground and caused the arena made of black iron to tremble slightly, greatly affecting Xionghe's dodging speed. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's fist, which had compressed his strength to the extreme, smashed into Xionghe's back, shattering his body's defenses and shattering his spine. A large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. His entire body heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to buzz. Lunar Shadow Slash. When Kong Song saw that Xionghe had been injured by Yi Qinfeng, his pupils shrank. He flew into the air, holding a low-grade spirit rank long saber, and used his strongest soul skill, the mid-grade spirit rank Lunar Shadow Slash, to attack Yi Qinfeng. The Lunar Shadow Slash, combined with a low-grade spirit weapon, was extremely terrifying. The saber shadow was like a crescent moon falling from the sky, cutting through layers of air. Before the attack even reached Yi Qinfeng, his skin was already in pain, and the blood in his body was roiling. The Heavenly Fire Martial House's disciples are indeed not simple. Facing Kong Song's strongest attack, Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to take it head-on. Using the essence of Transfiguration Phantom, he made 3 consecutive strange dodges in an instant, dodging the Lunar Shadow Slash. 8 Desolation Palm. The moment Yi Qinfeng dodged the heavily injured Xionghe, he ignored his injuries and quickly climbed up from the ground. The phantom of his spirit beast flickered in his body as he launched a fatal attack at Yi Qinfeng. The 8 Desolation Palm was the same as the Blood Serpent Seal. Its power was comparable to a high-grade spirit rank soul skill, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate. With Xionghe's comprehension, he hadn't cultivated the 8 Desolation Palm to the large success stage, causing the 8 Desolation Palm's power to be greatly reduced. Blood Serpent Seal. Yi Qinfeng quickly took a step forward. His entire body's strength intertwined with his soul power, and the condensed blood serpent instantly transformed into a large blood-red palm that met Xionghe's attack head-on. The instant the 2 great soul skills collided, the power contained within the Blood Serpent Seal directly shattered the 8 Desolation Palm. A terrifying power drilled into Xionghe's arms, causing the flesh and blood on his arms to explode. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he slid down from the sky. He directly fell out of the stage and lost the match. Xionghe lost. Kong Song knew Xionghe's strength. Even if he wanted to defeat Xionghe, it wouldn't be easy. However, Yi Qinfeng used the most direct and most brutal method to send him flying. This caused Kong Song's heart to fall to the bottom. He knew he had kicked an iron plate, and this match was probably going to be lost. Just as he was in a daze, a light flashed beneath Yi Qinfeng's feet as he continued to attack him. With the help of a low-grade spiritual long saber, Kong Song's attack power was above Xionghe's. However, against the Transfiguration Phantom quintessence footwork, Kong Song's attacks were unable to hit Yi Qinfeng's body. Gradually, Kong Song's soul power was severely depleted, and his strength fell short of his desire. The speed and power of his attacks were greatly reduced. On the other hand, Yi Qinfeng relied on his over 10,000 kilograms of physical strength to fight more and more bravely. His attacks gradually suppressed Kong Song. When Kong Song's saber slashed through the air, Yi Qinfeng took the opportunity to unleash 3 soul-shattering fingerlights: Starlight, Starlight, and Soul Breaker. They broke through Kong Song's defense and injured his body. A large amount of blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. Do you admit defeat? Yi Qinfeng looked at Kong Song, who was heavily injured. He released a powerful physical strength to suppress Kong Song as he coldly asked, I admit defeat. Chapter 63. Lost. Xionghe and Kong Song have indeed lost. Although he had expected this, the black-clothed man was still shocked when he saw the 2 of them lose. It looks like it won't be long before the top 10 of the Sky Fire Martial role changes. What's your name? Elder Jin's turbid eyes shone. He never expected that Yi Qinfeng would be so outstanding. Not only did he defeat opponents 2 ranks above him, he even won 1 versus 2. Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng said lightly. You are the new king that just entered the Sky Fire Marshal House yesterday. Elder Jean had heard of Yi Qinfeng's results yesterday, but he did not take it to heart. However, after seeing him today, he realized that Yi Qinfeng was even more outstanding and monstrous than what he had heard. Yes, I just entered the Sky Fire Marshal House yesterday. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Hua! Just as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, there was an uproar around the arena. The Sky Fire Marshal House seniors who had witnessed the battle could not believe it. Yi Qinfeng had just entered the Sky Fire Marshal House, and he had defeated 2 seniors so easily. Very good. Yi Qinfeng, these are your winnings. Cultivate well and strive to enter the Sky Fire Marshal role as soon as possible. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's talent, Elder Jin's love for talent was aroused, and he handed all the winnings to him. Thank you, Elder Jin. Yi Qinfeng kept the 1,200 low-grade soul crystals into his universe bag. He did not stay in the arena for long. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, he turned around and left, returning to his small yard by the cliff. It looks like I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. If not, there will be more and more troubles. Yi Qinfeng never expected trouble to come knocking on his door on the first day. Although he had resolved the trouble in a tyrannical manner, he felt that the Shen Tu family clan and the Shangguan family clan would definitely not let this matter rest. After taking a bath and changing his clothes, Yi Qinfeng rested for a while and adjusted his body to its peak state. He took out the white jade crimson sun pellet that he won from the Qinquan pouch and swallowed it. The white jade crimson sun pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Before Yi Qinfeng could react, the boiling hot energy was like a surging river, flowing down his throat and into his body, pouring into his meridians. The strength of this energy was beyond his imagination. In an instant, it opened up all the meridians in his body, causing him great pain. As expected of an 8th grade medicinal pill, the medicinal power it contains is even stronger than the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. Yi Qinfeng gritted his teeth as he endured the excruciating pain. He circulated the soul-devouring incantation over and over again to refine the energy released by the white jade crimson sun pill. He increased the power of his blood and qi and tempered his body. As the white jade crimson sun pill released more and more scorching energy, Yi Qinfeng felt as if he had fallen into a furnace and was being set on fire. The blood that seeped out of his pores had long since dyed him red. At the same time, his handsome face began to distort as clear cracks began to appear on the surface of his skin. At this time, Yi Qinfeng displayed an unprecedented level of endurance. He was like an old monk in meditation. He sat cross-legged on the blood bed without moving, enduring the torment of pain. Under the impact of the white jade crimson sun pill's scorching energy, the meridians in his body rapidly expanded. Small cracks appeared on the surface of his meridians. However, as soon as the cracks appeared, they were immediately repaired by the soul-devouring incantation. While the cracks were being repaired, Yi Qinfeng's meridians slowly expanded. As his meridians continued to expand, his body's absorption rate also slowly increased. Gradually, Yi Qinfeng felt the burning sensation in his body become lighter and lighter. The blood and qi in his body became thicker and thicker. He let out a long breath. Just as Yi Qinfeng was hiding in his room, fully refining the white jade crimson sun pill to increase his strength, in the eastern part of the Sky Fire Marshal House, in a beautiful courtyard, Xionghin Kongsong, who had been injured by Yi Qinfeng and had lost all face, bowed slightly and stood respectfully in the courtyard. In front of them stood a young man in a white robe. He had a stalwart figure and distinct facial features. He gave off a wild and unruly feeling. This man's name was Shinta Hung. He was the top genius of the Shintu family clan. At the age of 21, he had broken through to a first-grade Earth Beast General. He was also an expert ranked 10th on the Sky Fire Marshal roll. I understand. Both of you can go and recuperate. After hearing the two's narration, Shintaheng's expression did not change. He waved his hand lightly and said impatiently, "Yes, young Master Hung." Seeing that Shintaheng was not angry, Kong Song secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left. Really two useless trash. Seeing the two's departing figures, Shintashue walked out from the inner room and said angrily, "It's not that they are useless, but that Yi Chin Fong is not simple at all." Shintaheng's voice was calm as he said, "I remember you telling me that he wasn't your match a day ago. However, in just a day's time, he managed to defeat Xiong, he and Kong Song. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. He must have refined those few elixirs and forcefully increased his strength. If not, he would not be so powerful." Shintashue said in an unconvinced manner, "Regardless, this person is not to be underestimated. If we cannot mend our relationship with him, then we must not let him grow. If not, he will become a great threat to our Shinto family clan." Shintaheng's eyes flashed with a sinister gaze as he said, "Third brother, why don't you deal with him, or get second brother to deal with him? Let that kid know the power of our Shinto family clan." Shintashue encouraged, "If he is not stupid, he will not accept my challenge. Hence, we need to wait for an opportunity that will make him unable to make a comeback. But before that, I will give him a chance." Shintaheng's eyes revealed a sinister look as he said in a deep voice. At the same time, the Shangguan family disciples were shocked when they learned that Yi Chin Fong had defeated Xiong, he and Kong Song. They began to plan how to deal with Yi Chin Fong. Just as Yi Chin Fong became a thorn in the side of the two ancient martial arts family clans, he had finally absorbed the medicinal essence of the white jade scarlet yang pill. A surge of blood qi burst out from his body, like smoke, surging up to the roof. If not for the entire yard being covered by runes, the blood and qi that surged out from Yi Chinfeng's body would have been enough to pierce through the roof. Blood and qi, like smoke, was a characteristic of the large success stage of the second stage of the 6th Meridian Divine Shield Realm. After replenishing 100% of his blood and qi, Yi Chinfeng's physical strength increased exponentially. Just his physical strength alone had reached 15,000 pounds of strength. His personal strength had also increased by a large margin. If not for Yi Chinfeng being afraid that his foundation would be unstable and trying his best to suppress his realm, he would have already broken through to the second stage of the beast illusionist realm by absorbing the blood coral and the white jade scarlet yang pill's energy. Chapter 64. What a terrifying aura of killing. Yi Chenfeng walked into the Divine Weapon Pavilion, which was made of special metal. He saw all kinds of spirit weapons hanging on the huge walls of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. A sharp aura of killing was released from these spirit weapons, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Due to the exorbitant prices of the spirit weapons in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the disciples of the Sky Fire Martial House preferred to use low-grade spirit crystals for cultivation. Therefore, there was only a white-haired old man lying in a rocking chair, seemingly asleep. What weapon is more suitable for me? Looking at the huge wall of weapons, Yi Chinfeng, who had been relying on his strength and empty-handed fighting, fell into deep thought. The sword was the king of all weapons. It had exquisite sword moves and fierce attacks. Most people liked it, but it was not easy to cultivate it to an extremely high level. The saber was large, and when it attacked, it carried a domineering aura. However, it lacked the indomitable spirit and sharpness. The staff could both attack and defend, but it lacked destructive power. Its killing power was far inferior to the spear, the king of all weapons. In addition, Yi Chinfeng cultivated the 6 Meridian's divine shield. His powerful physical strength was more suitable for heavy weapons. Therefore, Yi Chinfeng felt that the spear was more suitable for his future weapon. Just as Yi Chinfeng's eyes were constantly scanning the huge wall of weapons, looking for a suitable heavy spear. A broken sword with half of its body, which was placed in the corner of his eyes, attracted his attention. The surface of the sword was dull, and half of the blade was broken. The reason Yi Qinfeng was attracted by this broken sword was because, when Yi Qinfeng looked at it, the god-devouring brain in his mind had an inexplicable reaction. Could it be that this broken sword is extraordinary? Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows and went to the white-haired old man guarding the divine weapon pavilion. He asked, "How much is this broken sword? Was it refined by the Sky Fire Marshal House?" "This broken sword is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals. As for its origin and grade, I am not sure." The white-haired old man, lying in the rocking chair, slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals? So expensive. Knowing the price of the broken sword, Yi Qinfeng could not help but take a deep breath. He was somewhat hesitant to buy it. After all, 1,000 low-grade soul crystals were enough to purchase a mid-grade spirit weapon or a high-grade spirit soul skill. However, this broken sword was so badly damaged that he couldn't see any value in it. This broken sword has a long history, and the material is extraordinary, so the price is rather expensive. The white-haired old man said, "May I take a look at that broken sword first?" Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment before asking, "No, you can't touch it if you don't buy it." The white-haired old man shook his head and refused. "All right, I'll buy this broken sword." After hesitating for a long time, Yi Qinfeng finally decided to spend 1,000 low-grade soul crystals to buy the broken sword that had triggered the God-Eater brain's reaction. "Have you really decided? I heard that this broken sword is a little strange." The white-haired old man looked at Yi Qinfeng meaningfully and reminded him, "I've decided." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng took out 1,000 low-grade soul crystals from his Qinkuan bag and handed them to the white-haired old man. Thus, he obtained this seemingly ordinary broken sword of mysterious origin. After buying the broken sword, Yi Qinfeng did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the divine weapon pavilion. He could not wait to return to his small courtyard to study this broken sword. The reason why Yi Qinfeng was so anxious was because when his finger touched the broken sword, the God-Eater brain immediately reacted. It was enough to show that this broken sword was indeed extraordinary. However, when Yi Qinfeng calmed down and studied the broken sword, he found that it did not absorb his blood, and the God-Eater brain did not react either. Could it be that the God-Eater brain's reaction was wrong? Is this broken sword a worthless broken weapon? Yi Qinfeng used the God-Eater brain to sense for more than half an hour, but did not find anything special about this broken sword. He revealed a disappointed expression. Could it be that I'm using the wrong method? After thinking for a while, Yi Qinfeng changed his method. He circulated the soul-devouring art at high speed and controlled the God-Eater brain to release a powerful devouring power into the broken sword. After about an incense stick's worth of time, there was finally a trace of abnormality in the broken sword. Under the powerful devouring power of the God-Eater brain, a slight cracking sound could be heard from the broken sword. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng released his soul power into the broken sword and found a large number of offensive array patterns in the broken sword. However, as the broken sword broke, these array patterns also broke. 3,680 offensive runes. Who on earth created this broken sword? Yi Qinfeng could not imagine what kind of power the sword would unleash if it was in perfect condition and activated all of the attack patterns when it attacked. It would probably be able to easily kill a heavenly beast immortal expert. I wonder if the God-Eater brain can help me repair these array patterns. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself and decided to find an opportunity to borrow the power of the God-Eater brain to repair the array patterns in the broken sword. If it could be repaired, this broken sword would be his greatest trump card. This sword hilt also has a mystery. While Yi Qinfeng was silently exploring this mysterious broken sword, the God-Eater brain found a hidden array pattern restriction on the broken sword hilt. Break! With the help of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng released his soul power and forcibly penetrated the array pattern restriction on the sword hilt. Immediately after, a disdainful voice penetrated his ears. Kill, kill, kill. The terrifying voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding in Yi Qinfeng's ears. The powerful voice caused Yi Qinfeng to bleed from his 7 orifices and his head to become dizzy. Just as Yi Qinfeng wanted to withdraw the soul power that had seeped into the broken sword, a monstrous sword aura gushed out from the array pattern restriction. It crushed the soul power and blasted into his mind, riddling his soul with holes. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng's head was about to be pierced and he would die, the God-Eater brain that had fused with his brain quickly squirmed and released a powerful devouring power to devour this monstrous sword aura. But in the next second, another monstrous sword aura gushed out from the restless sword hilt and blasted into Yi Qinfeng's mind, continuing to attack his soul. Facing this unparalleled sword aura, Yi Qinfeng was powerless to resist. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and placed all his hopes on the God-Eater brain. If the God-Eater brain could not devour the monstrous sword aura gushing out from the broken sword, he would not be able to escape misfortune. The moment the second monstrous sword aura blasted into Yi Qinfeng's mind, the God-Eater brain immediately reacted and projected a devouring bloodlight. It was like a huge mouth that engulfed the sword aura and devoured it for the second time. After 2 monstrous sword auras, Yi Qinfeng's heart sank to the bottom. This was because he could clearly feel the 3rd monstrous sword aura brewing in the broken sword. This sword aura was so strong that he could smell the aura of death. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling white light blinded his eyes. The sword aura that was like a shooting star blasted into his mind and pierced towards the God-Eater brain that controlled his soul. Chapter 65. I'm not dead yet. After an unknown period of time, Yi Qinfeng woke up from his coma. Looking at the familiar surroundings and the mysterious broken sword lying beside him in silence, Yi Qinfeng knew that the God-Eater brain had saved him. He had not been killed by the last sword move. Although he had managed to survive, Yi Qinfeng still felt a lingering fear when he thought back to that day. This broken sword is too terrifying. I reckon that it has been passed down for at least 100 years. Yet the power of the sword sealed within the sword hilt is still so terrifying. It is truly hard to imagine what kind of expert the owner of this broken sword was. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself as he picked up the broken sword again. This time, he was much more careful. He took a huge risk and continued to study the broken sword. He discovered another terrifying sword move in the hilt, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Forget it. I'll slowly study this broken sword when my cultivation level increases in the future. Yi Qinfeng no longer had the courage to take on the 4th sword move. He carefully sealed the broken sword and placed it in his cosmic bag. This is just as Yi Qinfeng sat on the bed and controlled the God-Eater brain to heal his soul. He discovered to his surprise that 3 sword inscriptions had appeared in the brain. These 3 sword inscriptions were actually formed by the 3 sword moves in the broken sword. With this discovery, Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed. He had never dreamed that the God-Eater brain would be so heaven-defying. Not only had it saved him, but it had also left behind the 3 sword inscriptions. A swordsman who had comprehended sword intent could harm others invisibly and increase the lethality of the sword. It could be said that anyone who had comprehended sword inscriptions was a shocking genius swordsman. I wonder how long it will take for me to comprehend the 3 sword inscriptions in the God-Eater brain with my current level of comprehension, Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. It was also because of the sword inscriptions that he chose the sword as his weapon in the end. After being unconscious for several days, Yi Qinfeng's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. He simply healed his soul injury and left the small courtyard, once again coming to the spiritual kitchen to eat. After eating the delicacies cooked with ferocious beast's flesh, Yi Chen-feng spent more than 130 low-grade soul crystals to buy a large amount of food that was easy to store and contained spirituality. He was preparing for his secluded cultivation to cultivate his sword force. An expert. Just as Yi Chen-feng left the spiritual kitchen and returned to his courtyard to prepare for seclusion, he found a tall young man wearing a white robe standing outside his courtyard, and where he stood, his body seemed to have merged with the surrounding air. If one didn't look with their eyes, they wouldn't be able to detect his existence at all. Yi Chen-feng, I have been waiting for you for a while. The white-clothed man calmly stared at Yi Chen-feng and slowly spoke. You are from the Shen Tu family clan. Seeing that the white-clothed man's face was similar to Shen Tu Shui's, Yi Chen-feng guessed his identity. That's right. My name is Shen Tu Heng. I am Shen Tu Shui, Shen Tu Ye's cousin. Shen Tu Heng nodded and said, Shen Tu Heng, an expert ranked 10th on the Heavenly Fire martial roll. Yi Chen-feng had heard of Shen Tu Heng's name before. Furthermore, he could smell a dangerous aura from him. He coldly asked, Why are you looking for me? I am here to give you a gift of fate. Shen Tu Heng said in a superior tone. What do you think of my sister, Shen Tu Bing? Don't tell me you want your sister to marry me, Yi Chen-feng said with a smile. He did not have a good impression of the unruly and willful Shen Tu Bing. It is not my sister marrying you, but you marrying into my Shen Tu family clan. Shen Tu Heng shook his head and said, Sorry, I am not interested in your sister. Nor will I marry into your Shen Tu family clan. After knowing Shen Tu Heng's motive, Yi Chen-feng laughed and rejected him. Are you really not going to consider it? This is the only chance for you to mend your relationship with my Shen Tu family clan. If you miss it, you will probably regret it for the rest of your life. Shen Tu Heng said in a low voice as his eyes revealed a sinister look. Are you done? If you are, I will be returning. After saying that, Yi Chen-feng ignored Shen Tu Heng's angry eyes and walked past him. He walked into his own yard and activated the runic restrictions. Yi Chen-feng, since you do not know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The hidden hostility in Shen Tu Heng's eyes surged out. It was like the gaze of a wild beast making people shudder. The top 10 on the Heavenly Fire martial roll is indeed not simple. Through his interaction with Shen Tu Heng, Yi Chen-feng had a general understanding of the strength of the top 10 on the Heavenly Fire martial roll. He felt that he was still very far from 10th place. Hence, the most important thing now was to quickly comprehend the sword stance. Only by comprehending a sword stance with astounding offensive power could he close the gap between him and Shen Tu Heng and company in a short period of time. Yi Chen-feng sat under the only ancient tree in the courtyard and regulated his breathing for a while. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and began to comprehend the 3 sword stances in the God-Eater mind. Soon, he entered a state of deep meditation. Although Yi Chen-feng's perception and talent had reached an unimaginable level after fusing with the God-Eater's brain, he was still unfamiliar with sword stances. Furthermore, sword stances were profound and difficult to understand. They were profound and obscure, and they were ever-changing and multiplying. This caused Yi Chen-feng to be unable to comprehend the true essence of sword stances. Although he was unable to grasp the essentials, Yi Chen-feng was not in a hurry. He was like an old monk in meditation. He sat under the ancient tree, without moving, and patiently comprehended the 3 sword stances in the God-Eater's brain. Time passed day by day. Aside from eating, Yi Chen-feng spent almost all of his time comprehending the sword force. With the passage of time, Yi Chen-feng finally comprehended a small part of the true essence of sword stances through the analysis and evolution of the God-Eater's brain. Streaks of sharp sword light slowly condensed on the surface of his body, automatically slicing the leaves that were drifting in the wind. Sword stances are formless, but the sword has a soul. Only by cultivating the sword stance into a part of one's body, allowing the sword stance to possess a soul and life, can one truly grasp sword stances. After nearly a month of comprehension, Yi Qinfeng finally comprehended the true essence of sword stances. In the courtyard, Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged under the ancient tree, without moving. Streaks of sword qi flowed on the surface of his body as if they were about to burst out. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. 2 sharp lights shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng gently pointed his finger. A resplendent sword light shot out from his fingertip and attacked the void. Although Yi Qinfeng used his finger as a sword, the sword light was perfect in terms of speed and power. It pierced the formation restriction above the courtyard and directly tore a hole in it. Sigh, that sword just now should only be considered half-step sword stances. Although the sword ray that Yi Qinfeng shot out earlier was extremely powerful, he knew that there was still a slight difference between him and the true sword force. To make up for these slight differences, he would need a long time to practice. Chapter 66. After comprehending half-step sword force, Yi Qinfeng knew that he could only make up for his lack of sword force through battle, and the heavenly solar ray was the best place to temper his sword force. Yi Qinfeng ate some of the delicacies cooked by the spiritual kitchen and rested for a while. First, he went to the Divine Weapon Pavilion and spent 400 low-grade soul crystals to buy a fire attribute low-grade soul artifact, Scarlet Heaven Sword. I wonder how many levels of the heavenly soul array I can pass with my current strength. Yi Qinfeng pondered as he walked. Following the markings on the map, he arrived outside the heavenly soul array. He saw 2 huge stone doors that were 10 meters tall and had totems engraved on them. On the stone door, there was a smooth jade wall that was as smooth as a mirror. On the jade wall, there were 50 golden names. First place was Fu Yue, second place was Lin Fuxin, third place was Xin Taquang, fourth place was Shangguan Yuantong, fifth place was Feng Yunxue. After glancing at the heavenly fire marshal ranking, Yi Qinfeng retracted his gaze. He paid 10 low-grade soul crystals and received a life-saving stone. Remember, other than weapons, you cannot use anything else in the heavenly soul array. Otherwise, you will be immediately teleported out of the heavenly soul array. The registration elder warned sternly. I understand. Yi Qinfeng nodded and stepped through the huge stone door. He entered a spacious hall that was supported by hundreds of stone pillars with coiling dragons. And at the top of the hall, there was also a huge ranking jade wall. Walking into the hall outside the heavenly soul array, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt an oppressive feeling in the air. The huge walls were engraved with complex array patterns that gave a strong visual impact. Just as Yi Qinfeng was looking at the array patterns in front of him, a sarcastic voice entered his ears. Yi Qinfeng, why aren't you a coward? You're finally willing to come out of your little courtyard? Jiang Yijuan, who was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing, appeared in the hall. When he saw Yi Qinfeng, he was stunned for a moment. Then a cold smile appeared on his face as he deliberately provoked him. Sigh, how disappointing. Why are there so many mad dogs in the heavenly fire marshal house? Yi Qinfeng coldly glanced at Jiang Yijuan, shook his head, and said, Yi Qinfeng, who are you calling a dog? The proud and arrogant Jiang Yijuan had never put Yi Qinfeng in his eyes. When he heard Yi Qinfeng insult him, his face instantly darkened. He took heavy steps towards Yi Qinfeng and questioned him angrily. What, aren't you one? Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Some people are clearly dogs, but they don't want to admit it. I really feel sad for you. You! Yi Qinfeng's words pierced deeply into Jiang Yijuan's heart. A surge of anger erupted from his chest like a giant hand and pressed down on Yi Qinfeng. What, you want to fight here? Have you forgotten the rules of the heavenly fire marshal house? Yi Qinfeng stood motionless like a steel spear under the pressure of Jiang Yijuan's powerful aura as he spoke in a deep voice. Yi Qinfeng, you're only good at talking. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Jiang Yijuan took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Yi Qinfeng with disdain and provoked him. Although he had heard that Yi Qinfeng had defeated Xiong, he by himself. He was very confident in his own strength. He wanted to break Yi Qinfeng's heart of martial arts before he matured. I accept your challenge, but we'll talk about it after I've completed the Heavenly Soul Array. Yi Qinfeng agreed. I'm also going to attempt the Heavenly Soul Array. I'll wait for you. However, what if you go back on your word after you've completed the Heavenly Soul Array? Jiang Yijuan said deliberately, It doesn't matter. I can be your witness. At this moment, a deep voice rang out. Elder Tan, who was guarding the Heavenly Soul Array, heard the commotion and slowly walked out. Thank you, Elder Tan. Hearing that Elder Tan was willing to testify, Jiang Yijuan was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. In his opinion, with Elder Tan as a witness, it was impossible for Yi Qinfeng to go back on his word. He couldn't wait to teach Yi Qinfeng a lesson. However, Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change much. He only thanked Elder Tan. All right, the two of you can go and attempt the Heavenly Soul Array. Elder Tan nodded and said, Yes. The two of them said in unison. With that, Yi Qinfeng and Elder Tan passed through the main hall and came to a light door formed by array runes. Elder Tan, what do you think of Yi Qinfeng? When Yi Qinfeng and Elder Tan disappeared from the main hall, Elder Lu's figure appeared in the main hall. He walked to Elder Tan's side and asked, He's not mature mentally and is a little reckless. Elder Tan commented, Reckless? Are you talking about the bet he made with Jiang Yijuan? Elder Lu revealed a faint smile and said, That's right. Jiang Yijuan has been cultivating in the Sky Fire Martial House for many years. He has 1 foot in the level 5 Beast Illusion Master and has the ability to enter the top 50 of the Sky Fire Martial ranking. Yi Qinfeng is definitely not his match. Elder Ten nodded and said, Although that's the case, I don't think highly of Jiang Yijuan. I believe that Yi Qinfeng can defeat him. Elder Lu said, Elder Lu, you think so highly of Yi Qinfeng? If he wants to defeat Jiang Yijuan, he will have to cross 3 levels. It's too difficult. Elder Ten asked in astonishment, Believe me, Yi Qinfeng will give you a surprise. Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's monstrous talent, Elder Lu was full of confidence in him. What a terrifying array rune power! As Yi Qinfeng stood outside the Heavenly Soul Formation, he looked through the many doors of light and felt the horrifying pressure of the formation, which made his heart tremble. Yi Qinfeng, I forgot to tell you that I'm going to enter the top 50 of the Sky Fire Martial ranking. Jiang Yijuan turned his head and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was not far away. He deliberately said this in an attempt to break his confidence. I also forgot to tell you that I'm going to enter the top 40 of the Sky Fire Martial ranking. Yi Qinfeng replied with a smile. With that, Yi Qinfeng no longer paid attention to the gloomy Jiang Yijuan. He inserted his identity token into the gap in the light door, opened it, and entered the Heavenly Soul Array. After entering the Heavenly Soul Array, Yi Qinfeng discovered that he had appeared in a fiery purgatory with an extremely high temperature. A winding stone path ran through the entire fiery purgatory. The stone path was surrounded by boiling magma. Waves of hot wind spread out from the magma, blowing against one's face and causing them to feel extremely painful. Just as Yi Qinfeng stepped onto the stone path, his sharp perception suddenly sensed danger behind him. A light flashed beneath his feet as he dodged the sneak attack in an extremely small space. At the same time, he threw out a powerful punch. Bam! Yi Qinfeng's fist, which was filled with a force of 10,000 kilograms, heavily struck the 6th-level spirit beast that had ambushed him. The powerful force directly exploded his body, turning him into a cloud of light mist. 1 point. When Yi Qinfeng saw the number 1 on his identity token, he knew that every time he killed a 6th level spirit beast, he would be able to obtain 1 point. The amount of points he accumulated would directly determine his ranking on the Sky Fire Marshal ranking. Come on, let me see how difficult this heavenly solar ray is. Chapter 67. Pung, pung, pung! The moment Yi Qinfeng rushed into the fiery purgatory, 3 scalding fireballs flew out from the fiery red magma. In the next moment, these 3 fireballs transformed into 3 6th grade spirit beasts. Then they surrounded Yi Qinfeng and attacked him. Yi Qinfeng didn't panic even though he was besieged. A terrifying physical strength burst out from his body, and the powerful energy shook the 3 Class 6 spirit beasts so hard that they couldn't get close to him. Point star. After pushing back the 3 Class 6 spirit beasts with a single kick, Yi Qinfeng pointed his finger gently. Rays of starlight shot out and penetrated the heads of the 3 Class 6 spirit beasts. After killing the 3 Class 6 spirit beasts, Yi Qinfeng continued to follow the only stone path in the fiery purgatory, rushing towards the end of the first space of the heavenly solar ray. As he went deeper, more and more Class 6 spirit beasts jumped out from the scorching magma to sneak attack Yi Qinfeng. However, the enemies in the first space of the heavenly solar ray were limited in strength and couldn't pose a threat to Yi Qinfeng. It was as if he had entered a no-man's land, killing enemies with irresistible force. When he killed 97 Class 6 spirit beasts, he arrived at the end of the first space of the heavenly solar ray. He broke the array pattern restriction with 1 punch and entered the second space of the heavenly solar ray. The second space was exactly the same as the first space. It was still the fiery purgatory. However, the enemies in the second space of the heavenly solar ray were upgraded from Class 6 spirit beasts to Class 1 beast illusionists, and their points increased from 1 to 3. Strength of 10,000 pounds. Facing the attacks of enemies of the same realm, Yi Qinfeng increased his physical strength to 10,000 pounds. He killed his way into the fiery purgatory and fought fiercely with the enemies in the second space. As his physical strength continued to rise, one enemy after another was blown up by him. Under his almost crazy killing, the points he obtained increased rapidly. After about half an hour, Yi Qinfeng, who was full of fighting spirit, reached the end of the second space. He broke the array pattern restriction and entered the third space. The third space of the heavenly solar ray was far more difficult than the second space. In the third space, there were not only Class 2 beast illusionists, but also Class 3 beast illusionists. Scarlet Heaven Sword. In order to conserve his energy, Yi Qinfeng took out Scarlet Heaven's sword from his Qinkuan bag and charged into the third layer space. Elder Lu, you really have a good eye. Yi Qinfeng has already been in the heavenly solar ray for more than 2 hours. Based on this speed, I'm afraid he has already reached the third space. Elder Tan calculated the time and praised. After all, with Yi Qinfeng's strength as a grade 1 beast illusionist, and this was his first time challenging the heavenly solar ray, it was truly rare for him to reach the third space. I feel that the third layer of space is not Yi Qinfeng's limit. I feel that he might be able to reach the fourth layer of space. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's monstrous talent, Elder Lu was full of confidence in him. That's impossible. With his cultivation level, it's impossible for him to pass through the third space. Elder Tan shook his head in disbelief. I believe that Yi Qinfeng will give us a surprise, Elder Lu said faintly. Just as Elder Tan had guessed, Yi Qinfeng encountered a lot of resistance in the third layer space. In particular, the continuous appearance of grade 3 beast illusionists posed a great threat to him. If Yi Qinfeng hadn't comprehended the essence of shape-shifting phantom steps, he would have been defeated long ago. Just as Yi Qinfeng wielded Scarlet Heaven's sword and killed a grade 2 beast illusionist with 1 slash, a grade 3 beast illusionist who had been lurking for a long time suddenly launched a sneak attack. A fist filled with scorching hot energy struck Yi Qinfeng's back. Although Yi Qinfeng used his physical strength to neutralize most of the attack, he was still injured. The blood in his body churned violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoa! An ear-piercing sword sound suddenly rang out. A sharp sword ray was like a bolt of lightning, shattering the second attack of the grade 3 beast illusionist and splitting his body in half. Instant kill! Yi Qinfeng executed half-step sword form and killed the grade 3 beast illusionist in one slash. Bang, bang, bang! At the moment of instant kill, 3 more enemies appeared and attacked Yi Qinfeng consecutively. They didn't give him any chance to breathe and forced him to use half-step sword form to defend himself. Although half-step sword form was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. When Yi Qinfeng executed half-step sword form consecutively and killed 7 enemies, he was gradually losing strength. I must break through the third layer space of this heavenly soul array. Relying on his strong determination, Yi Qinfeng clenched his teeth and continued to attack. His body's potential was also stimulated bit by bit in this life and death situation. PFFF. When Yi Qinfeng executed half-step sword form and killed a grade 3 beast illusionist, his body was severely injured again. 2 grade 3 beast illusionists seized the opportunity and attacked him consecutively, causing him to spit out blood continuously. His movements also became slightly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity when Yi Qinfeng was injured, the 2 highly intelligent grade 3 beast illusionists executed their soul skills at the same time. The 2 soul skills fused together and formed a fiery figure. It was like a meteor with a long tail, crashing towards Yi Qinfeng. Facing the fusion soul skills of the 2, Yi Qinfeng, who was standing on the narrow stone path, couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on with his strength. Half-step sword form, break for me. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and held the Scarlet Heaven sword tightly as he went forward. Following an ear-piercing sword sound, the surface of the Scarlet Heaven sword surged with a sharp sword aura. The terrifying sword aura was unparalleled. Chi! A sound was heard. The fusion soul skills of the 2 grade 3 beast illusionists were directly split apart by the half-step sword form and dissipated in midair. Before the 2 of them could react, a strange sword aura flashed in midair and cut off their heads, ending their lives. Realm breakthrough. After using all his strength to kill the 2 of them, Yi Qinfeng was on the verge of exhaustion and couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, he didn't suppress his realm anymore. His overflowing soul power instantly erupted and poured into all the meridians in his body, fusing with the blood egg in his soul spirit. In the next moment, a strong aura burst out from his body and pushed his strength to rise steadily. He easily broke through the bottleneck of his realm and broke through to the grade 2 beast illusionist realm. After breaking through, Yi Qinfeng's almost depleted soul power recovered by more than half. His fighting strength also increased by several folds. The grade 3 beast illusionists were no longer a threat to him. Kill! Seeing the enemies jumping out of the lava, Yi Qinfeng roared and used Form Displacement Phantom to kill his way into the encirclement and started a crazy massacre. Chapter 68. Yes, there's a change in the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking. Elder Lu and Elder Tan, who were waiting in the main hall, noticed the white light shining from the jade wall and immediately cast their gazes on it. Jiang Yijuan, he made it to the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking. Looking at the change in the jade wall, Elder Tan and Elder Lu found Jiang Yijuan's name at the end of the jade wall. Elder Lu, I said that Jiang Yijuan has a chance to make it to the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking. Now, do you still think that Yi Qinfeng will succeed? Elder Tan revealed a faint smile and asked, This Jiang Yijuan's strength is not bad, but Yi Qinfeng has yet to come out of the Heavenly Soul Array, right? Maybe he can create a miracle. Elder Lu said slowly, but his tone was much weaker. Elder Lu, stop joking. Putting aside the fact that it's his first time in the heavenly soul array, just his strength as a level 1 beast illusionist is enough to determine that he won't be able to make it to the heavenly fire marshal ranking. Elder Tan retorted, "Let's wait patiently." Elder Lu took a deep breath and said, After about a minute, the heavenly fire marshal ranking changed again. Jiang Yijuan's ranking went up again to the 49th place. Yes, someone came out. After the change in the jade wall, a groan suddenly sounded in the silent main hall. A figure flew out of the array light door and landed on the cold ground in a sorry state. Jiang Yijuan. When Elder Tan saw Jiang Yijuan lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and his clothes severely damaged, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He had thought that Yi Qinfeng would end his challenge before Jiang Yijuan. However, the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. 49th place, I finally made it to the heavenly fire marshal ranking. Jiang Yijuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. When he saw the ranking on the jade wall, he revealed an excited smile. Yes, where's Yi Qinfeng? Where did he go? After confirming that he had made it to the heavenly fire marshal ranking, Jiang Yijuan immediately searched for Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to ruthlessly provoke him, but he realized that he wasn't in the main hall. Elder Tan, where did Yi Qinfeng go? Jiang Yijuan asked Elder Tan, who was testifying for them. Yi Qinfeng hasn't come out of the heavenly soul array. Elder Tan said, What? With his strength, how could he hold on for so long? Jiang Yijuan's expression changed as he spoke in disbelief. His results can't be better than mine. He must be hiding somewhere to buy time. Jiang Yijuan comforted himself with a gloomy expression. Buzz, buzz. Just as Jiang Yijuan was comforting himself, a blinding white light shone out from the ranking jade wall. The names at the end of the ranking jade wall changed again. A name that Jiang Yijuan, Elder Tan, and the others couldn't believe appeared at the end of the ranking jade wall. Impossible, this can't be true. The joy of charging up the heavenly fire marshal ranking disappeared without a trace. Jiang Yijuan rubbed his eyes with all his might, unable to accept the reality in front of his eyes. A trace of unease appeared in his heart. Yi Qinfeng, he really did it. Elder Lu's mood was the complete opposite of Jiang Yijuan's. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng had ascended the heavenly fire marshal ranking, he was sincerely happy for Yi Qinfeng. Elder Tan, I wasn't wrong, right? This Yi Qinfeng will definitely give us a huge surprise, Elder Lu said with a smile. Elder Lu, you have sharp eyes. This Yi Qinfeng's talent might even surpass Fu Yue and Lin Fuxin. Elder Tan took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart as he praised. The ranking jade wall has changed again. Just as Elder Lu and Elder Tan were discussing Yi Qinfeng, the ranking jade wall changed again. Yi Qinfeng's results improved again, surpassing Jiang Yijuan to be ranked 49th. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. He can't be so powerful. Thinking about his bet with Yi Qinfeng, Jiang Yijuan had a strong sense of unease in his heart. A trace of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. At this moment, in the fourth space of the heavenly soul array, Yi Qinfeng was bathed in blood as he fought with 2 Class 4 beast illusionists. In order to kill the 2 of them, Yi Qinfeng increased his physical strength to the maximum and merged it with his soul power, reaching a strength of 25,000 pounds. Blood Serpent Seal. Yi Qinfeng's left hand quickly formed a series of complicated seals. A lifelike blood serpent instantly turned into a blood-red palm print and forced the Class 4 beast illusionist to retreat. Following that, ripples appeared in the air and a sharp sword radiance shot out like lightning. It directly split the Class 4 beast illusionist's body and killed him. After killing a Class 4 beast illusionist, Yi Qinfeng's pressure was greatly reduced. In a flash, he closed in on the Class 4 beast illusionist, who was forced back by the blood serpent seal and launched a thunderous attack at him. Bang! The heavily injured level 4 beast illusionist was hit by Yi Qinfeng's strongest attack. His entire body was immediately filled with cracks. When the 25,000 kilograms of force rushed into his body, he let out a painful howl. His entire body exploded, turning into a cloud of light and dissipating in the air. Huff! Huff! The fourth space of the heavenly solar ray is indeed very difficult. Yi Qinfeng had used up a lot of soul power and physical strength to kill his way to the middle of the fourth space. However, after experiencing life and death situations, Yi Qinfeng's understanding of sword aura had increased by another level. He had comprehended the essence of the concept of shape-shifting illusion. The concept of shape-shifting illusion was the concept of shadow. Only by grasping the essence of the concept of shadow could one condense a speed shadow and cultivate shape-shifting illusion to the first level. So, a faint light flashed under Yi Qinfeng's feet as he increased his speed to an unimaginable level. He moved around on the narrow stone path, dodging the attacks of the level 4 beast illusionists who tried to ambush him like a ghost. As Yi Qinfeng moved faster and more nimbly, an afterimage faintly appeared behind him. The appearance of this afterimage slightly increased Yi Qinfeng's speed and allowed him to easily dodge the attacks of the Class 4 beast illusionists. Just as Yi Qinfeng was using shape-shifting illusion and dashing towards the end of the stone path, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger from the depths of his heart. His entire body spun around twice and dodged an extremely fast spear attack. Class 5 beast illusionist. Looking at the black-clothed man who was holding a black spear and blocking his way, Yi Qinfeng revealed a serious expression. From the aura that the black-clothed man was emitting, he had reached the realm of a level 5 beast illusionist. If he was at his peak, he had the confidence to kill a Class 5 beast illusionist. However, at this moment, he was severely exhausted and couldn't unleash his full strength. More importantly, his escape route was blocked by the 6 level 4 beast illusionists who were chasing after him, leaving him with no way out. Let's fight! Facing a strong opponent, Yi Qinfeng erupted with an unprecedented battle intent. As he let out a loud roar, he was like an arrow leaving the bow. With an ear-piercing sound, he closed in on the rank 5 beast illusionist at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 69. Half-Step Sword Form. This sword, no matter if it was the power or the sword form, it had reached perfection. The terrifying sword form swallowed the world and ruthlessly slashed towards the rank 5 beast illusionist who was blocking him. The shocking sword light flashed in front of the rank 5 beast illusionist's eyes. He didn't dodge and welcomed the sword light with his spear. The black spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed forward. Boom! The two powerful forces clashed together and immediately set off a huge wave. The powerful force caused Yi Qinfeng's arms to go numb. He lost control of his body and fell backwards. Facing the half-step sword form head-on, the rank 5 beast illusionist didn't have it easy either. The terrifying half-step sword form passed through the black spear and penetrated his arm, tearing open his arm. A sword wound so deep that one could see his sternum appeared on his chest. Just as Yi Qinfeng fell to the ground, a rank 4 beast illusionist suddenly approached him. A fist filled with terrifying soul power ruthlessly smashed onto his back. If Yi Qinfeng didn't reach the large success stage of the flesh refinement realm and his physical body's defense had greatly increased, this fist would have injured his internal organs and made him lose his ability to fight. After receiving a heavy blow to his back, Yi Qinfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood in his body started to boil violently. Without giving him a chance to take a breather, several beast illusionists charged towards him. Deep in danger, Yi Qinfeng held the life-saving stone in his hand. He didn't care about the cost and used the remaining soul power in his body to display the half-step sword form. He condensed a destructive sword light and attacked in all directions. At this moment, Yi Chen-feng was like an Azura bathed in blood. He wasn't afraid of death and only knew how to kill. Under the crazy attacks, the beast illusionists who surrounded him were constantly forced to retreat. The sharp sword light continuously broke through their defenses and attacked their bodies. Soon, there were crisscrossing sword marks on their bodies. However, there were too many beast illusionists surrounding Yi Chen-feng. There were many attacks from tricky angles and continuously hit Yi Chen-feng's body. Soon, Yi Chen-feng's body was filled with bloody holes. The blood that flowed out dyed his clothes red. Die. Yi Chen-feng seized the opportunity when the two level 4 beast illusionists were pushed back by the sharp sword radiance and suddenly attacked. A blurred shadow appeared behind him and increased his speed. He slashed the body of a level 4 beast illusionist who couldn't dodge in time. After the successful surprise attack, Yi Chen-feng took advantage of the opening and continued to attack. After killing 3 rank 4 beast illusionists with all his might, he used up the last bit of his soul energy and crushed the life-saving stone, disappearing from the 4th space of the Heavenly Soul Formation. 39th place. Am I seeing things? It's his first time challenging the array, and he actually made it into the top 40. Is this guy really human? After Yi Chen-feng killed a few Class 4 beast illusionists, the ranking Jade wall changed again. His ranking went up by 2 places and entered the top 40, ranking 39th. It could be said that Yi Chen-feng's heaven-defying result had set a new record in the Sky Fire Marshal House. No one had ever entered the top 40 on their first attempt at the Heavenly Soul Array. Impossible, this is impossible. This can't be real. He can't be so powerful. Jiang Yijuan couldn't accept this fact and roared in his heart. Demon, this Yi Chen-feng is a demon. His talent definitely surpasses Fu Yuiwei and Lin Fuxin. After witnessing Yi Chen-feng's stunning results, Elder Ten couldn't help but gasp and praise. With the strength and talent he had displayed, Elder Tan believed that he would be able to enter the top 10 of the Sky Fire Marshal ranking in less than a year. More importantly, he was only 15 years old and was the youngest person on the Sky Fire Marshal ranking. Just as everyone was stunned by Yi Chen-feng's heaven-defying ranking, a blood-covered Yi Chen-feng fell out of the array light door. I wonder what rank I can get with 1,357 points. Yi Chen-feng, who was weak, simply recovered the soul energy he had expended. He got up from the ground and came to the grand hall. He's finally out. Looking at Yi Chen-feng, who was covered in blood and looked like an Azura from hell, many people revealed looks of awe. Chen-feng, you've broken through. Elder Lu noticed the change in Yi Chen-feng's realm and asked in surprise. Yes, I was lucky enough to break through in the Heavenly Soul Array. Yi Chen-feng nodded and said humbly. He cast his sharp gaze at Jiang Yijuan and said, Jiang Yijuan, I've made you wait for a long time. Wait for me to recover. Then we'll go to the Great Soul Arena to compete. I was too injured in this battle. I can't compete. Jiang Yijuan braced himself and said sullenly. The difference in strength between each rank on the Sky Fire Marshal ranking was huge. Jiang Yijuan was only ranked 50th, but Yi Chen-feng had broken into the top 40. It was enough to show the huge difference in strength between the two. At this time, competing with Yi Chen-feng was no different from asking for a beating. Jiang Yijuan didn't dare to accept the challenge. What, are you afraid? Yi Chen-feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile as he said. Looking at the bloodstains on Yi Chen-feng's firm face and feeling the blood-red color and hostility in his deep black eyes, Jiang Yijuan became timid. He regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have listened to Shintahan and provoked Yi Chen-feng. Yi Chen-feng, I admit that I'm not as strong as you. Let's forget about the battle. Jiang Yijuan gritted his teeth and lowered his noble head, admitting defeat in front of everyone. Jiang Yijuan, you can't be such a coward, right? Where did your arrogance go? And we just invited Elder Tan to be a witness. You can't have forgotten, right? Jiang Yijuan surrendered, but Yi Chenfeng didn't want to let him go and said aggressively, Jiang Yijuan, the Sky Fire Marshal House has a clear rule. If you go back on the bet, you have to compensate the other party with 500 low-grade soul crystals. Elder Tan slowly walked over and said, 500 low-grade soul crystals, I'll pay. Thinking of Yi Chenfeng's heaven-defying ranking, Jiang Yijuan couldn't summon any fighting spirit. More importantly, he was afraid that Yi Chenfeng would use this opportunity to cripple him. Therefore, he obediently took out 500 low-grade soul crystals to compensate Yi Chenfeng. Elder Lu, Elder Tan, I'm going back. Although he did manage to teach Jiang Yijuan a lesson, the low-grade soul crystals were more important to Yi Chenfeng. After putting the 500 low-grade soul crystals into his Qinkuan bag, Yi Chenfeng turned and left. Not long after Yi Chenfeng left the heavenly soul array, his heaven-defying results exploded in the Sky Fire Marshal House. Almost everyone knew his name. Third brother, have you heard the news? Yi Chenfeng reached 39th place in his first attempt at the heavenly soul array and forced Jiang Yijuan to compensate him with 500 low-grade soul crystals. After hearing about Yi Chenfeng's heaven-defying results, Shinta Shui and Shinta Yi felt deeply uneasy. They immediately went to Shinta Heng's courtyard. I already know about it. Shinta Heng nodded and said in a lukewarm tone, making it impossible for others to guess his true thoughts. Third brother, this kid is too big of a threat to us. We have to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will become a huge threat to us. Shinta Shui said malevolently, How do we get rid of him? Shinta Heng lectured in a low voice. Yi Chenfeng's talent has probably attracted the attention of the Marshal House Master. If we deal with him now, it will be like hitting a rock with an egg. Then what should we do? We can't just watch him grow. Shinta Shui said unwillingly. Chapter 70. In the pitch-black night, countless stars hung in the sky, surrounding the bright crescent moon. The starlight and moonlight merged together. From afar, it looked like a boundless Milky Way. After a few hours of rest, Yi Chenfeng completely recovered his exhausted soul power and healed his injuries. He woke up from his recovery. I wonder if I have a chance to pass the 4th layer of the heavenly soul formation in my current state. After recovering to his peak state, Yi Chenfeng felt that his body was filled with energy. More importantly, after experiencing the life and death tempering in the heavenly soul formation, the pill poison in his body had completely disappeared. Now that he had consumed the Juku spirit pill, he could unleash its strongest medicinal effect. After eating a simple meal to fill his stomach, Yi Chenfeng walked under the bright moonlight towards the gravity cave. He finally consumed the Juku spirit pill and cultivated bitterly for a period of time. The reason why Yi Chenfeng chose to cultivate in the gravity cave instead of the better spirit gathering formation was because he wanted to use the pressure in the gravity cave to forcefully compress the medicinal effect of the Juku spirit pill into his organs and cultivate the 3rd layer of the 6 meridian divine constellation realm. This elder, I want to enter the gravity cave to cultivate in the 7-layer space. When Yi Chenfeng arrived at the cave of gravity, he saw a skinny old man in a black robe guarding the entrance of the cave of gravity. He walked up to the old man and said, 7-layer space. The black-clothed elder raised his wrinkled eyelids and looked at Yi Chenfeng. He coldly reminded, Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. With your rank 2 beast illusionist cultivation, cultivating in the 7-layer space is no different from courting death. Elder, I am confident that I can withstand the pressure of the 7-layer space. Although Yi Chenfeng's cultivation was not high, he had cultivated the flesh refinement realm to the large success realm. It could be said that his body's endurance surpassed ordinary earth beast generals. No, I won't allow you to fool around. With your strength, you can only cultivate in the first or second layer of the gravity cave. The black-clothed elder was unmoved and coldly refused. Senior Brother Yi, you just entered the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking, and you came to the gravity cave to cultivate. You are so hardworking. Just as Yi Qinfeng was vexed over how to persuade the black-clothed elder to let him go to the 7-layered forces space to cultivate, Feng Xiaoxiao walked in. She was wearing a tight black training robe that accentuated her seductive figure, her jet-black hair draped over her shoulders, and her facial features were exquisite. "Are you that Yi Qinfeng?" Hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's words, the black-clothed elder's eyebrows twitched slightly. The way he looked at Yi Qinfeng changed slightly. Obviously, he had also heard of Yi Qinfeng's heaven-defying results and was extremely shocked. "Yes, please allow me to enter the 7-fold space of the gravity cave to cultivate." Yi Qinfeng nodded and pleaded. Gravity cave's 7-fold space. Feng Xiaoxiao jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Senior Brother Yi, the gravity cave's 7-fold space is extremely terrifying. The pressure it produces is enough to crush a Class 1 Earth beast expert into a meat patty. You must not force yourself." "Do you think I'm the type to force myself?" Yi Qinfeng rubbed his nose and bitterly smiled. "Have you really decided to enter the gravity cave's 7-fold space to cultivate?" Seeing the confidence in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, the black-clothed elder recalled the message from the martial house master and asked again. "Yes, please grant me my wish, elder." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "All right. Since you insist on entering the gravity cave's 7-fold space to cultivate, I will give you a chance. Remember, the gravity cave is different from other places. Cultivating in there is extremely dangerous. If you can endure it, remember not to force yourself. Otherwise, your life will be in danger," the black-clothed elder solemnly reminded. "I understand. I won't joke around with my life." Yi Qinfeng nodded and promised. The gravity cave's 7-fold space requires 50 low-grade soul crystals per day. "How long do you plan to cultivate?" the black-clothed elder asked. "All right, I'll cultivate for 10 days first." Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and handed over 500 low-grade soul crystals to the black-clothed elder. 10 days. Feng Xiaoxiao sucked in a cold breath. She didn't dare to imagine what it would feel like to cultivate in the gravity cave's 7-fold space for 10 days. Would his body directly collapse? "Wait for me here. Follow me." After saying that, the black-clothed elder led Yi Qinfeng along a dark stone path into the depths of the gravity cave's 7-fold space. "Be careful. Don't force yourself." The black-clothed elder was still worried and reminded him. "Thank you. I will be careful." Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said. After saying that, he stepped through a light door formed by a large number of runes and entered the gravity cave's 7-fold space. After entering the gravity cave, Yi Qinfeng found that the light inside was a little dim. Before he could take a closer look, he instantly felt a terrifying pressure surging over and engulfing his entire body. Bang! Caught off guard, Yi Qinfeng's legs trembled slightly, and his knees smashed into the ground. His entire body's muscles trembled violently. What a terrifying pressure! Under the pressure of the pressure, Yi Qinfeng could clearly feel his skin begin to crack, and his blood vessels were exposed. All the cells in his body were unable to withstand the pressure and began to collapse. Yi Qinfeng was in so much pain that his entire body twitched and broke out in cold sweat. If Yi Qinfeng hadn't reached greater success in the flesh refinement realm, the 7-fold space's gravity cave's 7-fold space would have easily destroyed his body and turned him into dust. This is not a place he should be. If you don't want to die, quickly leave. Just as Yi Qinfeng circulated his 6-meridian god shield and bitterly resisted the pressure and healed his body, a cold voice suddenly entered his ears. Following the source of the voice, Yi Qinfeng raised his head with difficulty and vaguely saw a black-clothed person sitting cross-legged in a dark corner. When Yi Qinfeng vaguely saw her face, he was slightly shocked because he discovered that the owner of the voice was actually a woman. What a terrifying woman! Although the light was dim, Yi Qinfeng could clearly feel that this woman had completely adapted to the pressure of the gravity cave's sevenfold space. She was cultivating with ease. "I can endure," Yi Qinfeng said stubbornly. He erupted with his strongest physical strength to resist the mountain-like pressure and sat cross-legged at the entrance with difficulty. After sitting cross-legged, Yi Qinfeng placed a Juku spirit pill that he had prepared beforehand into his mouth. Immediately, a large amount of medicinal energy was released from his mouth and surged into his body like a tide. Pain, heart-wrenching pain. The Juku spirit pill was a 9th-grade pill and contained extremely terrifying medicinal energy. When Yi Qinfeng used the sevenfold space's force to forcefully compress the violent medicinal energy into his internal organs, he immediately felt as if his body was pierced by sharp steel needles. Coupled with the extreme pressure of the sevenfold space's force, the double pain almost made him collapse. "Endure! I can definitely endure." Yi Qinfeng gritted his teeth and endured the inhuman pain as he cultivated the 6th meridian god shield with difficulty. Overestimating yourself. Chapter 71. It has been an hour. This Yi Qinfeng actually managed to persevere and enter a state of cultivation. This is unbelievable. The black-clothed elder was worried about Yi Qinfeng's safety and had been standing guard outside the gravity cavern's 7th layer space. When he saw Yi Qinfeng covered in blood, entering a meditative state like an old monk, resisting the terrifying pressure and entering a state of cultivation, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. "It seems like our Skyfire Marshall House has really picked up a treasure this time." The black-clothed elder revealed a faint smile. He was no longer worried about Yi Qinfeng's safety and turned to leave. At this moment, although Yi Qinfeng had forcefully entered a state of cultivation, the pain in his body had not lessened. His muscles were being torn apart by the terrifying pressure and were being repaired by his 6 meridians divine shield. Between the tearing and repairing, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength slowly increased. His physical strength also increased slightly. Compared to the physical pain, the pain from Yi Qinfeng's forceful refinement of his internal organs was even more intense. Yi Qinfeng borrowed the terrifying pressure, and every time the Juku elixir entered his internal organs, he felt as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of arrows. The pain made him hover between life and death, and he was on the verge of collapse. As more and more of the Juku elixir entered his internal organs, the terrifying Juku elixir crazily tempered his heart and lungs, tearing his meridians and causing large amounts of blood to seep out. It could be said that Yi Qinfeng's actions were extremely daring. If it wasn't for the fact that his blood and qi were like smoke, or that his mind wasn't firm, he might have failed at the last step and exploded. However, as the blood seeped out, the impurities in Yi Qinfeng's internal organs were slowly expelled out of his body. His body began to slowly transform. He actually managed to persevere. The black-clothed girl didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng, who was a grade 2 beast illusionist, would be able to persevere under the gravity cavern for an entire day. She revealed a look of astonishment. This was because even she didn't dare to enter this place to cultivate when she was a grade 3 Earth beast general. However, Yi Qinfeng was able to do it as a grade 2 beast illusionist. This made her interested in Yi Qinfeng. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng, who relied on his willpower to persevere, gradually adapted to the intense pain and successfully entered a state of meditation. After 8 days of bitter cultivation, Yi Qinfeng refined all of the medicinal power of the Juku spirit pill into his internal organs, forcing out a large amount of impurities, allowing his internal organs to complete about 20% of their transformation. If Yi Qinfeng used all of the medicinal power of the Juku spiritual pill to cultivate, Then he would have a high chance of breaking through to the third level of the Beast Illusion Master Realm. But if he used it to cultivate the 6 Meridians Divine Shield, he would only be able to cultivate to 20% of the organ's refining realm. Yi Qinfeng silently sensed the changes in his body. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his pure physical strength had increased from 15,000 kilograms to 20,000 kilograms. His battle prowess had greatly increased. There were still 2 days before the cultivation deadline. Yi Qinfeng didn't continue to cultivate. He erupted with powerful physical strength and withstood the huge spatial pressure. He stood up with difficulty and left the gravity cavern's 7th layer. When Yi Qinfeng left, the black-clothed girl who had been cultivating in a dark corner opened her eyes. She swept a glance at him and entered a state of cultivation again. After leaving the gravity cavern, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt that his muscles were filled with strength. His soul power that was compressed to the limit had increased by a small amount. This made him deeply experience the benefits of cultivating in the gravity cavern. This made him firm in his desire to continue cultivating. Yi Qinfeng, why did you come out early? Could it be that you couldn't hold on any longer? The black-clothed elder asked with a faint smile when he saw Yi Qinfeng come out 2 days early. Although he said that, the black-clothed elder knew that a rank 2 beast illusionist cultivating in the gravity cavern's 7th layer for 8 days was definitely a record in the Sky Fire Marshal house. No, I plan to continue for another 15 days. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. He took out 750 low-grade soul crystals from a spatial bag and handed them to the black-clothed elder. Can you really withstand the gravity cavern's 7th layer after another 15 days? The black-clothed elder raised his eyebrows and revealed a shocked expression. He looked at Chu Li as if he was looking at a monster. He couldn't imagine how a rank 2 beast illusionist like Yi Qinfeng could have such terrifying physical endurance. Yes, I have basically adapted to the gravity cavern's 7th layer. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Good, then you can continue cultivating. The black-clothed elder repeatedly sized up Yi Qinfeng. He discovered that although his cultivation didn't increase, his body's aura was much stronger. The shock in his heart was even more intense. Thank you, elder. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng turned and left, returning to the gravity cavern's 7th layer. Why is he back again? The black-clothed woman, who had just entered a state of cultivation, suddenly discovered that Yi Qinfeng had returned. She revealed a trace of surprise. Feeling the black-clothed woman secretly observing him, Yi Qinfeng responded with a smile. He took out the 2nd Juku spiritual pill from a spatial bag and swallowed it. He endured the pain from the body tempering and continued to cultivate the 6 Meridians Divine Shield. Time passed day by day. As his 5 viscera and 6 bowels absorbed more of the Juku spiritual pill, Yi Qinfeng's breathing became longer and more powerful. The qi and blood in his body became stronger. A thin layer of qi appeared on the surface of his skin, helping him resist the gravity cavern's 7th layer. Around 12 days later, Yi Qinfeng used the powerful pressure to forcefully temper the 2nd Juku spiritual pill into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He cultivated the viscera refinement realm to 40%. His pure physical strength had reached a shocking strength of 25,000 kilograms. His cultivation realm had also increased, and unknowingly he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Phew! Yi Qinfeng opened his tightly shut eyes and exhaled. His breathing was continuous and deep, and his aura was abundant. This was the sign of the viscera refinement realm. If one cultivated the viscera refinement realm to the greater success realm, one could faintly emit a stormy wave of aura between breaths. It was extremely terrifying. It is probably impossible to cultivate the viscera refinement realm to more than 50% in a short period of time. Although Yi Qinfeng still had a Juku spiritual pill, after consuming 2 Juku spiritual pills consecutively, His body had developed a strong resistance to the Juku spiritual pill. Helpless, he took out the grade 8 Earth Essence pill and prepared to break through to the rank 3 Beast Illusionist realm. Yi Qinfeng ate a simple meal to fill his stomach. He took out the Earth Essence pill from his spatial bag and swallowed it. He then circulated the soul-devouring art to refine it. In order to lay a solid foundation, Yi Qinfeng, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he constantly suppressed his cultivation realm and waited for his soul power to overflow. Chapter 72. After a day, Yi Qinfeng, who had completely consolidated his cultivation base, ended his 25 days of bitter cultivation. Before he left, he intentionally glanced at the black-clothed lady who was sitting cross-legged in a dark corner. Her body was glowing with a faint green light. He was a little surprised by her strength. The Sky Fire Marshal House is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I reckon that even if I use my half-step sword force, I still won't be her match. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and shifted his gaze away from the unfathomable black-clothed lady. He left the cave of gravity. Ji Qingxue, why did she come to my place? Just as Yi Qinfeng was walking towards the small courtyard by the cliff, his sharp senses detected Ji Qingxue's aura outside his courtyard. Other than Ji Qingxue, there were 3 other unfamiliar auras. One of them was even a grade 6 beast illusionist. Ji Qingxue, don't expect Yi Qinfeng to stand up for you. He can't even protect himself now, so he can't help you. A tall, well-built man dressed in luxurious clothes with sunken eyes looked at the tall and charming Ji Qingxue with lecherous eyes and said with evil intentions, "Shangguan Fengyuan, don't do anything rash. Otherwise, I will complain to the disciplinary elder." Ji Qingxue warned with a pale face when she met the man's burning gaze. "Complain? Complain about what?" Shangguan Fengyuan revealed a sarcastic smile. "I like you. Can't I pursue you? Will the disciplinary elder care about this?" "Ji Qingxue, I will give you a chance now. Be my woman and serve me well. I guarantee that no one will find trouble with you. You're shameless. I will never agree to it. Just give up on it." Ji Qingxue was so angry that her eyes turned red and her body trembled. However, Shangguan Fengyuan was a grade 6 beast illusionist and ranked 35th on the Sky Fire Marshal ranking. She was no match for him. "Don't agree?" Shangguan Fengyuan revealed a cold smile. "Do you know the consequences of not agreeing? I really want to know what the consequences will be if she doesn't agree." Before Ji Qingxue could speak, a bone-chilling voice entered Shangguan Fengyuan's ears. Following the source of the voice, Shangguan Fengyuan saw Yi Qinfeng walking over step by step. Yi Qinfeng. Shangguan Yuanyuan didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to have come out of seclusion. Feeling the oppressive aura from his body, Shangguan Yuanyuan's pupils shrank and his face turned serious. "Why are you mute? I'm asking you a question. Tell me, what are the consequences if she doesn't agree?" Although Yi Qinfeng didn't want to have anything to do with Ji Qingxue, he wouldn't stand by and watch Ji Qingxue get bullied. Moreover, he had a feeling that Ji Qingxue was being bullied because of him. "Yi Qinfeng, don't think that you can look down on others just because you're on the Heaven Fire Marshal ranking. Let me tell you, I really don't think much of you. I don't take you seriously either." Yi Qinfeng sneered. Light flashed beneath his feet as he suddenly launched an attack at Shangguan Yuanyuan. When he was 3 meters away from Shangguan Yuanqing, Yi Qinfeng's entire body erupted with strength. All of his 25,000 gene of strength was channeled into his fist as he punched at Shangguan Yuanqing's chest. Shangguan Yuanyuan didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so bold as to disregard the rules and attack in public. He hurriedly covered his chest with his palms to defend against Yi Qinfeng's punch. Boom! When the fist and palm collided, a terrifying force exploded. The powerful force caused Shangguan Yuanyuan's arms to go numb. His blood and qi were in turmoil as his body uncontrollably retreated. Yi Qinfeng, you're crazy. Do you know the consequences of disregarding the rules and attacking in public? Shangguan Yuan quickly circulated the soul art to dispel the numbness in his arms as he roared loudly. Soul-shaking finger, soul-breaking. Yi Qinfeng ignored Shangguan Yuan's warning. He gently pointed with his index finger, stirring up ripples of energy. A foot-long finger light twisted in the air like an electric snake and shot toward Shangguan Yuan. Yi Qinfeng, stop. If you don't stop now, don't blame me for being impolite. Shangguan Yuan used 8 steps, overtaking Cicada to dodge the soul-breaking finger and cursed angrily out of humiliation. As for his 2 companions, they didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to suddenly attack and were momentarily stunned. Transference phantom. The moment Shangguan Yuan dodged, Yi Qinfeng's body flashed and appeared in front of Shangguan Yuan in a stride, continuing to attack him. Yi Qinfeng, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Shangguan Yuan was enraged by Yi Qinfeng's aggressive attacks. The phantom of a black bear appeared on his body. After fusing with his spiritual beast, the black bear, Shangguan Yuan's strength rose steadily. Billowing soul power fused into his right leg. Soaring firmament kick. Shangguan Yuan swept through the air and kicked out a sharp leg shadow with a terrifying momentum. It shattered layers of air and brought along a powerful airflow as it kicked towards Yi Qinfeng. 40,000 kilograms of strength break. Facing Shangguan Yuan's soul skill, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He controlled the soul power in his body to fuse with his strength and exploded with 40,000 kilograms of strength to meet the attack. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. Yi Qinfeng relied on his absolute strength to meet Shangguan Yuan's mid-grade spirit rank soul skill, soaring firmament kick. A powerful rebound force spread rapidly with the 2 of them as the center, causing Ji Qingxiwei and the other 2 to retreat. What? Seeing Yi Qinfeng block the soaring firmament kick with his bare hands, Shangguan Yuan's heart was in turmoil. As an expert ranked 35th on the Heavenly Fire Martial ranking, Shangguan Yuan was very confident in his own strength. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had the strength to fight against him in less than a month. Just as he was in shock, he suddenly realized that Yi Qinfeng had disappeared in front of his eyes. In the next moment, he felt danger behind him. He instinctively wanted to dodge and take out his spiritual weapon. But the moment he dodged, he felt a strong hand clamp down on his neck. A terrifying force instantly suppressed his resistance and pulled his entire body up like pulling a carrot. With a back throw, he was ruthlessly smashed into the ground, smashing a large crater in the ground. While Shangguan Yuan was in a daze from the fall, he felt his ankle being grabbed by Yi Qinfeng and lifted up forcefully. As he screamed, his body was smashed into the ground again, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his body. Stop, stop. Shangguan Yuan, who felt like his entire body was falling apart, was in extreme pain. He was scared and shouted in pain, "If you don't stop, I will definitely complain to the punishment elder." Complain? Yi Qinfeng sneered and said, "Today's matter started because of you. You were the one who started it first. I was just upholding justice. Do you think the punishment elder will believe your words?" Shangguan Yuan, who was covered in blood, said angrily with a fierce glint in his eyes, "It doesn't matter if the punishment elder believes me or not. You have to remember that if this matter continues to be investigated, the unlucky one won't be me." Yi Qinfeng sneered and said, "Do you think the Heavenly Fire Martial House will punish me for a useless piece of trash like you?" Although Shangguan Yuan wanted to refute, he knew that Yi Qinfeng was speaking the truth. With Yi Qinfeng's talent, which had alarmed the Martial House Master, he would be the unlucky one in the end. You win. Chapter 73. Chengfeng, thank you. Ji Qingxiwei was completely stunned by Yi Qinfeng's strength. She never thought that Yi Qinfeng would be able to defeat Shangguan Yuancheng, who was ranked 35th on the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking, in just over a month after entering the Heavenly Fire Marshal house. At this moment, she felt a trace of regret in her heart. She regretted using Yi Qinfeng as a shield and hurting him. However, when she thought of Master Qin, who was the first person to touch her heart, the regret in her heart lessened by a lot. This is nothing. You don't have to take it to heart. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have targeted you. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said indifferently. Ji Qingxue looked at Yi Qinfeng's cold face and lightly bit her alluring red lips. Qingfeng, your grandfather. No, Patriarch Yi asked me to pass a message to you. He wants to see you and return something that belongs to you. Thank you. When I have time, I will make a trip to the Yi clan. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Oh right, this is for you. Yi Qinfeng took out the remaining Juku spirit pill that was practically useless to him and gave it to Ji Qingxue. Qingfeng, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Seeing Yi Qinfeng give the Juku spirit pill to her, Ji Qingxue's eyes revealed a complicated expression as she declined. I can protect you for now, but I can't protect you forever. If you don't want to be bullied, you need to have strength. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng forcefully stuffed the Juku spirit pill into Ji Qingxue's soft hands and turned to return to his small courtyard. Yi Qinfeng, thank you. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's departing figure, Ji Qingxue's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She never thought that in the end, she would have to rely on Yi Qinfeng, who she had never placed in her eyes. With my current strength, I wonder if I can fight against a rank 1 earthly beast general if I use half-step sword force. In the battle with Shangguan Yuanqing just now, Yi Qinfeng had tested the results of his hard work. He had broken through to become a rank 3 beast illusionist and cultivated his viscera refining realm to 40%. He had the ability to defeat a normal rank 6 beast illusionist, and if he used half-step sword force, Yi Qinfeng felt that he should be able to fight against a level 1 earth beast general. However, whether or not he could defeat his opponent would still need to be tested in battle. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun shone upon the mountains and rivers, interweaving into a floating picture that was incomparably magnificent. After resting for several hours, Yi Qinfeng recovered to his best condition. He glanced at the dazzling sunset outside the window and muttered to himself, It's time to go back and take a look at the Yi family. Yi Qinfeng didn't have any feelings for the Yi family, but he had deep feelings for his foster father, Yi Qinfeng. If Yi Xuanqiang hadn't taken him in when he was young and raised him, there wouldn't be the current Yi Qinfeng. With regards to Yi Xuanqiang's sudden death, Yi Qinfeng had always been suspicious. This time, when he returned to the Yi family, he would definitely find out the truth and take revenge for his foster father, whom he was indebted to. Elder Liu, I would like to return to Zijin Imperial City. I wonder if I can borrow a green-winged dove? Yi Qinfeng stepped on the sunset and found Elder Liu, asking to borrow a green-winged dove. Of course, Elder Liu agreed without hesitation. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's monstrous talent, Elder Liu valued him even more. He completely believed that as long as Yi Qinfeng was given enough time and space, he would soar to the heavens. Thank you, Elder Liu, Yi Qinfeng gratefully said. With the help of Elder Liu, they managed to borrow an azure-winged dove with a wingspan of over 10 meters and feathers that were a shade of azure. They left the Heavenly Fire Marshal House, crossed the boundless purple cloud mountain range, and flew back to the outskirts of the violet gold Imperial City. Wait for me here. After Yi Qinfeng gave the order to the highly intelligent green-winged dove, he returned to Zijin Imperial City alone and walked towards the Yi family residence. Strolling along the spacious streets of Zijin Imperial City, looking at the luxurious buildings on both sides of the street and the young women who were laughing and playing with each other, Yi Qinfeng's heart was as calm as still water. After embarking on the path of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng no longer felt much about the colorful world of the secular world. The only thing he yearned for now was to cultivate against the heavens and break through the void. I'm here. About an hour later, Yi Qinfeng passed through the night and arrived at the brightly lit Yi family residence. Looking at the residence in his memory, Yi Qinfeng recalled some memories. Please help me pass on the message that Yi Qinfeng has come to keep the appointment. Yi Qinfeng stood outside the grand entrance of the Yi family residence and said in a deep voice, "Young master, you're back." Hearing the guard's report, the old housekeeper immediately walked out of the residence and said excitedly, "You called the wrong person. I'm no longer a member of the Yi family." Yi Qinfeng said without a trace of emotion and walked into the familiar, yet strange Yi family residence. "Qinfeng, you're finally back." Yi Qinfeng had just walked into the lush green front yard when the Yi family head, Yi Qingchuan, hurriedly walked out with a group of Yi family disciples to welcome him. Looking at the familiar faces, Yi Qinfeng didn't feel a trace of excitement in his heart. Among these people, other than Yi Qingchuan and Yi Xiling, who treated him slightly better, the others had never treated him as a member of the Yi family. Yi family head, "I heard from Ji Qingxue that you want to give me something." Yi Qinfeng looked at Yi Qingchuan calmly and asked indifferently, "Yes, Qingfeng, let's talk in my study." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's address and seeing his cold eyes, Yi Qingchuan smiled bitterly. However, he didn't blame Yi Qinfeng. After all, he was the one who expelled him from the Yi family when he was at his most difficult time. It was reasonable for him to not recognize the Yi family. "Okay." Yi Qinfeng nodded and followed Yi Qingchuan to his study. "Qingfeng, expelling you from the Yi family is the one thing I regret the most in my life. I apologize to you. For the sake of your adoptive father, I wonder if you're still willing to come back?" Yi Qingchuan personally poured a cup of tea for Yi Qinfeng and looked at his chiseled face as he asked softly, "Yi family head, let bygones be bygones. I'm now wholeheartedly cultivating and don't want to be affected by worldly matters." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and tactfully refused. "Sigh. Actually, I've already thought of the ending, but I'm still a little unwilling to give up." Yi Qingchuan said with a bitter smile, "Qinfeng, the thing in this jade case was found by your adoptive father on your body when he found you. It might be related to your birth. Right now, it's returned to its rightful owner," Yi Qingchuan said as he took out a jade case from his bosom and handed it to Yi Qinfeng. "Yes." Hearing Yi Qingchuan's words, Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows and immediately opened the jade box. He found a piece of dark golden wood that was about 1 inch long and had a smooth surface without any patterns lying in silence. Taking out this piece of dark golden wood, Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt a blood connection. He hesitated for a moment, then bit his finger and pressed it on the dark golden wood. Immediately, Yi Qinfeng felt a strong suction force coming from the wood, greedily absorbing his blood. When a strand of golden blood that was hard to detect fused into the dark golden wood, suddenly a golden light shone out. 7 words faintly appeared on the wood. Eastern Continent, Abyss of Hell. Chapter 74. Patriarch Yi, thank you for returning it to me. Yi Qinfeng gently stroked the dark golden wood. He felt as if it was a piece of his flesh, connected to his blood vessels and inseparable. "Qingfeng, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I studied this piece of wood for 3 years, but I couldn't find anything special about it. But in your hands, it could produce such a strange phenomenon. It shows that your background is not simple. Now that it has returned to its rightful owner, I hope you don't blame me for only returning it to you now." Looking at the golden words that appeared on the dark golden wood, Yi Qingchuan shook his head and sighed. "I'm already very grateful that you can return it to me," Yi Qinfeng lightly said. "That's right, Patriarch Yi, I came to the Yi clan this time because I have an important matter to ask you. Do you want to know the cause of your adoptive father's death?" Yi Qingchuan asked. "Yes, I want to know how my adoptive father died." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "I don't believe that he would suddenly die." Sigh. Regarding your adoptive father's death, my Yi clan has done a lot of investigation. We also performed an autopsy on his body and suspect that he might have died from poison. Yi Qingchuan sighed softly. Poison! Yi Qinfeng's face sank and his eyes shot out a sharp look. Patriarch Yi, I wonder what kind of poison my adoptive father was poisoned with. Do you have any suspects? This is only our speculation. We can't confirm whether he was really poisoned or not. As for the suspects, there are many, but we don't have any concrete evidence. Yi Qingchuan shook his head and said, Patriarch Yi, I wonder who you suspect the most? Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and asked, The Jiang clan. Yi Qingchuan said, The Jiang clan. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank and he whispered, Patriarch Yi, I understand. It's getting late, I'll go back first. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng thoughtfully turned around and left without any hesitation. The night was getting darker. Yi Qinfeng rode the green-winged dove back to the Sky Fire Marshal house and fell into deep contemplation. Although it was possible that Yi Qingchuan had used someone else to do the dirty work, Yi Qinfeng felt that the Jiang family was the biggest suspect. Jiang clan, you better pray that you have nothing to do with my adoptive father's death. If not, I will make you pay with your own blood and make your Jiang clan disappear from the Zijin kingdom. Yi Qinfeng's eyes were filled with viciousness as he spoke with killing intent. Patriarch, according to reliable sources, Yi Qinfeng returned to the Yi family tonight, stayed for more than an hour, and then left. Not long after Yi Qinfeng left the Yi residence, the Jiang family received the news and immediately reported it to the Jiang family patriarch, Jiang Zhongxiong. Why did he come back? Jiang Zhongxiong frowned and muttered to himself, Father, do you think the Yi family wants to pull Yi Qinfeng back? Jiang Yijuan's father, Jiang Shiyu, guessed. At this time, Yi Qingchuan definitely wants to pull Yi Qinfeng back to the Yi family. With him in charge, even if the throne changes hands, the Yi family will not be affected much. However, will Yi Qinfeng be willing to go back? What bargaining chips does the Yi family have? Jiang Zhongxiong's finger lightly tapped the table as he fell into deep thought. Shiyu, don't make a move against the Yi family and the Ji family for now. Let's wait for the first prince to take control of the situation and become the successor to the throne. Jiang Zhongxiong said gloomily. Also, contact Yijuan and ask him to work hard in his cultivation. When the time is right, we will eliminate Yi Qinfeng at all costs. Yes, father. I will contact Yijuan now. Jiang Shiyu nodded. Jiang Zhongxiong placed all his hopes on Jiang Yijuan, but he did not know that Jiang Yijuan had already suffered a great loss at the hands of Yi Qinfeng. Early in the morning, rays of gentle sunlight shone in through the glass, waking up Yi Qinfeng from his cultivation. After waking up, Yi Qinfeng ate a simple meal and took out the dark golden wood that was closely related to his life. What kind of wood is this? Why is it connected to my bloodline? Yi Qinfeng carefully sized up the dark golden wood and released his soul power to penetrate it. My soul power can't penetrate it? No matter how Yi Qinfeng tried, the soul power in his mind could not penetrate the dark golden wood. His soul power could not penetrate it. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment, then bit his finger and pressed it on the dark golden wood. He tried to use his blood to communicate with it. Suction. This time, Yi Qinfeng clearly felt that the dark golden wood produced a suction force that continuously sucked the blood in his body into the wood. As the dark golden wood devoured more and more blood, the connection between them became closer and closer. However, after losing a large amount of blood, Yi Qinfeng felt a little dizzy. If not for the fact that the blood in his body was like smoke, he would not have been able to withstand the dark golden wood's devouring. After about half an hour, the dark golden wood suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light and merged into Yi Qinfeng's body. In the next moment, the soul-devouring brain reacted to it, and the truth of this dark golden wood gradually appeared in his mind. The Chaos Divine Wood was one of the 3 mystical trees in the world. It contained the power of chaos, and the tree could devour all kinds of energy. A mature Chaos Divine Wood was 10,000 feet tall, and when it swayed, it could shatter heaven and earth, destroy stars, and even destroy a low-level plane. According to the analysis of the soul-devouring brain, the inch of Chaos Divine Wood that Yi Qinfeng had obtained was a sapling of the Chaos Divine Wood. It was a first-rate treasure in the world. If news of it spread outside, it would shake the entire Duhan continent and cause the oldest sects in the Duhan continent to fight over it. What exactly is my background? How can an abandoned child like me have such a rare treasure? Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his background was not simple. After learning about the origins of the Chaos Divine Wood, Yi Qinfeng calmed his heart and tried to refine the sapling. If he could fuse the sapling into his body, then he would have the opportunity to comprehend the most mysterious power in the world, the power of chaos that surpassed the 5 elements and established the most solid foundation. Although Yi Qinfeng had a good idea, the moment the young primal chaos would enter his body, it did not react at all. No matter what method Yi Qinfeng used, he was unable to communicate with the young primal chaos, much less refine it. Sigh, it seems that my current strength is not enough to refine the sapling. After trying to no avail, Yi Qinfeng sighed helplessly and gave up. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that one day he would be able to refine the sapling, which was closely related to him, and comprehend the most mysterious power of chaos in the world. Strength. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Although Yi Qinfeng had broken the Sky Fire Marshal House's records time and time again, and had the strength to contend with a Grade 1 Earth Beast General, he knew that this was far from enough. He had to use the Marshal House's resources to continue cultivating. However, after cultivating in the Gravity Cavern's 7th layer space for 25 days, Yi Qinfeng had consumed a large number of low-grade soul crystals. Now he had less than 300 low-grade soul crystals, which was not enough for his high consumption. Chapter 75. Walking into the quaint mission tower, Yi Qinfeng saw that there were over 100 coiled dragon pillars in the spacious mission tower. On each pillar, there were jade slips of different colors. Inside the jade slips were the bounty missions. According to the difficulty, the missions in the mission tower were divided into inner and outer sect missions. Inner sect missions were missions offered by the Sky Fire Marshal House. The difficulty was slightly lower, but the rewards were also relatively lower. Outer sect missions were missions offered by the outside world. Usually, they would be offered in many places. The difficulty was higher, but the rewards were higher. According to the difficulty of the mission, it was further divided into 3 grades: bronze, silver, and gold. For example, gold missions, although the rewards were very generous, the difficulty was also unusually high. Usually, only Earth Beast General disciples dared to accept them. At this moment, in the mission tower, most of the disciples were surrounding the silver missions. They were releasing their soul power into the jade slips to choose a mission that suited them. Beside the gold missions, there were only 3 or 4 disciples. All of them had reached the level of a first-grade Earth Beast General. The Sky Fire Marshal House is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are actually so many people who have reached the level of an Earth Beast General. Sensing the strength of these people, Yi Qinfeng was slightly surprised. After all, among the 3 great clans of the kingdom of Zijin, only the Jiang clan had a first-grade Earth Beast General. Neither the Yi clan nor the Ji clan had anyone who had broken through to the Earth Beast General realm. With my current strength, it will be slightly difficult to accept a gold mission. However, the rewards of a silver mission are too low. It won't be able to satisfy my needs. Yi Qinfeng was vexed as he thought. After hesitating for a while, he walked towards the gold mission area and chose a mission. Kill a 4th-grade fire pattern tiger and bring back its beast core. Reward: 2,000 low-grade soul crystals. Kill a 3-tailed spirit fox in the black clay swamp and bring back its tail. Reward: 2,500 low-grade soul crystals. Kill a 4th-grade earth beast general expert, Moku, who is abandoned by the Skyfire sect, and bring back his head. Reward: 8,000 low-grade soul crystals. Slaughter a 1st-grade sect, Black Mountain sect, and bring back the heads of 3 sect leaders. Reward: 30,000 low-grade soul crystals. The difficulty of this outer sect mission is indeed much higher than the inner sect mission, annihilating a 1st-grade sect. I wonder if there is anyone in the Skyfire Marshal House who can complete such a difficult mission? After entering the Heavenly Fire Marshal House, Yi Qinfeng gained a better understanding of the illusory sects of the fighting spirit continent. Generally speaking, a force with a rank 5 Earth Beast General could be considered a 1st-grade sect. As for the gold rank mission, there was actually a mission to exterminate a rank 1 sect. This made Yi Qinfeng suck in a breath of cold air. He was shocked at the difficulty of this mission. Yes, go to the Cemetery of Death to pick Een Zoishes. Each stalk of Een Zoishes can be exchanged for 1,000 low-grade soul crystals. Moreover, it's a mission completed by 2 people working together. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to give up on the extremely difficult gold rank mission, he unexpectedly discovered a gold rank mission that piqued his interest. More importantly, this mission had already been accepted by someone. As long as he accepted it, he could immediately set off for the Cemetery of Death. I'll choose this. Yi Qinfeng hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the jade slip. He then headed to the elder's office to register the mission. Coincidentally, he met the elder on duty at the mission tower, Elder Yu, who had a grudge with him. Cemetery of Death mission. The gray-robed elder Yu looked at the jade slip that Yi Qinfeng handed over. His turbid eyes flashed, and he revealed a thought-provoking smile. Yi Qinfeng, your courage is commendable. You dare to accept a gold rank mission as a rank 3 beast illusionist. Not bad. Seeing the smile on Elder Yu's face, Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. He felt a trace of suspicion. Could there be some unknown danger in the Cemetery of Death? Elder Yu, I wonder who the other person who accepted the Cemetery of Death mission is? You don't have to worry about the other person's strength. Her name is Lin Kazhu, and she is ranked 9th on the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking. She is known as the number 1 rank 1 Earth Beast General in the Heavenly Fire Marshal House. Elder Yu slowly said, Number 1 rank 1 Earth Beast General. After knowing the other person's identity, Yi Qinfeng felt a little relieved. With Lin Kazhu's strength and talent, the Heavenly Fire Marshal House would not let anything happen to her. Although Yi Qinfeng's cultivation was low, he still had many life-saving trump cards. All right, the mission has been registered. Go wait at the entrance of the Marshal House tomorrow morning. There will be a green-winged dove there to bring you to the Cemetery of Death. Elder Yu gave the mission jade slip back to Yi Qinfeng and instructed. Yi Qinfeng nodded his head and kept the mission jade slip in his chinquan bag. He turned around and left. Yi Qinfeng, do you really think that the Cemetery of Death mission is simple? That is a place where people are eaten. With your strength, you will definitely die. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's departing figure, the corners of Elder Yu's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. The first rays of the morning sun shone brightly in the east. The dark veil of the deep sky was shaken off. Early in the morning, Yi Qinfeng stepped on the gentle sunlight and arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Fire Marshal House. From afar, he saw Lin Kazhu, who was wearing a tight-fitting black outfit. Her figure was tall and graceful, and her long green hair draped over her shoulders. She was standing there waiting for him. Although Lin Kazhu's appearance was not as devastatingly beautiful as Ji Qingshue's, her cold and elegant temperament was also extremely charming. Sorry I'm late. Yi Chinfeng walked in front of the cold and elegant Lin Kazhu and said apologetically, "You're the one who accepted the Cemetery of Death mission." Sensing that Yi Chinfeng was only a rank 3 beast illusionist, Lin Kazhu's eyebrows tightly knitted together and her expression became somewhat ugly. And, looking at Lin Kazhu's cold expression, Yi Chinfeng nodded his head. "With your rank 3 beast illusionist cultivation, you dare to accept the Cemetery of Death mission? Do you not want your life anymore?" Lin Kazhu bluntly criticized. "Why? Is the Cemetery of Death very dangerous?" Yi Chinfeng asked. "It's extremely dangerous. Not to mention you. Even I have the possibility of dying if I enter the Cemetery of Death. I advise you to give up on this mission. Furthermore, I don't want to team up with you to enter the Cemetery of Death." Lin Kazhu coldly rejected. "Kazhu, don't underestimate him. He's the most famous person in the Heavenly Fire Martial House recently. He's known as a rare genius in the Martial House." Just as Lin Kazhu rejected Yi Chinfeng, Elder Yu slowly walked over and said, "You're Yi Chinfeng." Hearing Elder Yu's words, Lin Kazhu immediately guessed his identity. Her cold expression eased a little, and Elder Yu was afraid that Yi Chinfeng would give up and lose the best opportunity to eliminate him, so he urged, "All right, don't waste any more time. The Cemetery of Death may seem dangerous, but as long as you're careful and cooperate with each other, you'll be able to pluck the In Zoisha and return safely." "You've really decided to enter the Cemetery of Death?" Lin Kazhu looked at Yi Chinfeng with a burning gaze and asked solemnly, "And I believe that I'll be able to return safely from the Cemetery of Death." Yi Chinfeng nodded his head and said confidently, "All right, let's go." Seeing Yi Chinfeng's confident appearance, Lin Kazhu didn't say anything else. She jumped onto the green-winged dove with Yi Chinfeng and left the Heavenly Fire Martial House. Goodbye, Yi Chinfeng. Chapter 76. The Death Cemetery is just ahead. The green-winged dove flew for more than 10 hours and arrived above the Death Cemetery in the evening. What a dense death aura! Yi Chinfeng stood on the green-winged dove and looked into the distance. He discovered that the entire Death Cemetery was shrouded in a dense death aura, making it impossible to see its appearance with the naked eye. Creepy, ghostly cries could be heard coming from the depths of the cemetery. It was eerie and terrifying. "It's late now, so it's not suitable to enter the Death Cemetery. Let's rest at the edge of the Death Cemetery for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll enter the cemetery to search for the In mushroom," Lin Kazhu suggested after the green-winged dove landed. "All right." Yi Chinfeng nodded and agreed. Screech! Just as Yi Chinfeng and Lin Kazhu found a place to rest at the edge of the Death Cemetery and started a bonfire to rest, an ear-piercing bird cry entered their ears. Through the gradually darkening sky, Yi Chinfeng saw a golden eagle that was larger than the green-winged dove. It flapped its huge wings and flew towards them like a beam of golden light. "It's someone from the Thunder Mountain Martial House. I didn't expect someone from them to accept the Death Cemetery mission." Looking at the rapidly approaching golden eagle, Lin Kazhu frowned and coldly said, "She obviously didn't have a good impression of the Thunder Mountain Martial House disciples." "Senior Sister Lin, how strong is the Thunder Mountain Martial House?" Yi Chinfeng asked as he had just entered the Sky Fire Martial House and was unfamiliar with the other martial houses. "The area we are in is called the Northern Snow Region. It's located in the northwestern part of the northern continent. There are 3 third-grade sects in the Northern Snow Region. They are the Sky Fire Sect, the Thunderbird Mountain, and the Storm Valley. Among them, the Storm Valley is the strongest. They are the undisputed overlord of the Northern Snow Region. The Storm Martial House they established is also the most terrifying of the 3. The Thunderbird Mountain and the Sky Fire Sect are similar in strength. Our Sky Fire Martial House and the Thunder Mountain Martial House are also similar in strength. However, Due to competition, the relationship between the three great martial houses is not harmonious. Therefore, you must be on guard against their schemes. With your strength, it is very likely that they will launch a sneak attack on you. Lin Kazhu solemnly warned. Don't worry, senior sister. I will be careful. Yi Qinfeng nodded. As he spoke, the golden eagle landed at the edge of the cemetery of death. Then, two young men in dark blue robes leaped down from the golden eagle. They had extraordinary bearings, and their faces were full of arrogance. Yanyu, Songqi, it's actually the two of them. Looking at the two Thunder Mountain Martial House disciples who appeared at the edge of the cemetery of death, Lin Kazhu's pupils shrank as a trace of seriousness appeared on her face. Senior sister Lin, do you know the two of them? Seeing the slight change in Lin Kazhu's expression, Yi Qinfeng asked. And during the exchange between our two great martial houses, I once exchanged blows with Yanyu. At that time, I barely won against him. However, his strength is very astonishing. I'm afraid that he is even stronger than Shintahang. As for Songqi, he is slightly weaker than Yanyu. However, he has also broken through to the rank 1 Earth Beast General Realm. If they join forces, you and I will definitely not be a match for them. Lin Kazhu nodded and said in a heavy tone. She was somewhat regretting letting Yi Qinfeng come. Lin Kazhu discovered the two of them. Yanyu and Songqi also discovered Lin Kazhu at the first moment. Looking at Lin Kazhu's hot figure and exquisite face, Yanyu's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he thought of the humiliation she brought to him. However, Yanyu and Songqi still had some misgivings about Lin Kazhu's strength. However, when they discovered that Yi Qinfeng was a rank 3 beast illusion master, they were stunned for a moment. Immediately after, they revealed malicious expressions and slowly walked over. Lin Kazhu, I didn't expect to meet you here. However, why did you bring a piece of trash with you? He can't be a gigolo that you're keeping, right? Yan Yu's gaze burned as he looked at Lin Kazhu's enchanting body and deliberately provoked her. Yan Yu, you better clean your mouth. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Lin Kazhu had already expected that Yan Yu and Songqi would come to provoke them after discovering Yi Qinfeng's strength. Her face sank as she coldly warned them. Haha, won't be polite? How are you going to be rude to us? Do you think you're a match for us two brothers? Songqi arrogantly laughed. He didn't put Yi Qinfeng in his eyes at all. You guys can try. Lin Kazhu's expression darkened as a powerful wave of soul force erupted from her body. A fiery red python that was dozens of meters long and covered in fiery runes vaguely appeared from her body. The reason why Lin Kazhu strongly counterattacked was because she knew that blindly retreating would only make Yanyu and Songqi even more arrogant. Therefore, she wanted to use her strength to intimidate them. Let me. Without waiting for Lin Kazhu to make a move, an ear-piercing sword cry rang out from Yi Qinfeng's body. In the next moment, the Scarlet Heaven sword appeared in Yi Qinfeng's hand. A sword ray containing half-step sword force shot out like a bolt of lightning, cutting through layers of air. It carried an astonishing sharpness as it attacked the two of them. What? Sensing the terror of half-step sword force, Yanyu and Songqi, whose attention was completely on Lin Kazhu, felt their hearts tremble. They instinctively wanted to dodge. However, Yi Qinfeng's sword was too sudden and too fast. In the blink of an eye, it struck their bodies. The sword broke through their defenses and left a deep sword wound on their chests. A large amount of blood flowed out. Feeling the pain in their chests, Yanyu and Songqi's expressions changed greatly. They couldn't imagine that Yi Qinfeng, who was a rank 3 beast illusion master, could injure them. Yanyu and Songqi were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's attack power. Lin Kazhu also revealed a shocked expression. The way she looked at Yi Qinfeng changed greatly. Courting death. Feeling the burning pain in their chests, Yen Yu and Song Qi were enraged. Two terrifying soul beasts emerged from their bodies, and their powerful auras locked onto Yi Qinfeng and Song Qi. Let's go. Although Yi Qinfeng's attack power exceeded Lin Keju's expectations, she still didn't believe that Yi Qinfeng could contend against a rank 1 Earth Beast General. Seeing that Yen Yu and Song Qi had fused with each other's soul beasts, she decisively grabbed Yi Qinfeng's hand and fled towards the eerie cemetery of death. Where do you think you're going? Yen Yu and Song Qi, who had both fused with their soul beasts and reached their peak strength, roared. They used their speed soul skills, wanting to stop the two of them. Fire Shadow Blade Mountain. As Yen Yu and Song Qi closed the distance between them, Lin Keju's body erupted with scorching soul power. It transformed into a gigantic saber mountain that carried a formidable destructive power. With a single slash, it forced Yen Yu and Song Qi to retreat. Blade Mountain. This Lin Keju actually cultivated the high-grade spirit rank soul skill, Fire Shadow Blade Mountain, to the large success stage. After being forced back by the Fire Shadow Blade Mountain, Yen Yu and Song Qi's expressions changed slightly. They hesitated for a moment and allowed Yi Qinfeng and Lin Keju to pull away. Go. Chapter 77. Actually, if we didn't run just now, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to us. After entering the sinister and horrifying cemetery of death, Yi Qinfeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the densely packed graves and the piles of white bones scattered around them. Yi Qinfeng, even if your attack power is shocking, the difference between a beast illusionist and an earth beast general is too great. You can't rely on pure attack power to make up for it. Lin Keju still didn't believe in Yi Qinfeng's strength. Maybe. Yi Qinfeng rubbed his nose and didn't argue anymore. He followed behind Lin Keju and looked for a temporary place to rest. All right, let's rest here tonight. Lin Keju found a relatively high slope in the cemetery of death that didn't have any graves. She jumped onto it with Yi Qinfeng and waited for dawn to arrive. Senior sister, do you feel that the soul power in your body is flowing slower? Just as Yi Qinfeng was sitting cross-legged on the slope and silently meditating, he suddenly felt that his soul force was being suppressed by a mysterious power. The soul force in his body suddenly slowed down, and he hurriedly asked Lin Keju, "Yes, my soul power is also being suppressed. It seems that the rumors are true. The scariest thing about the cemetery of death isn't the mysterious ghosts in the cemetery, but the yin qi in the cemetery. It can suppress the soul power in our bodies and limit our strength, preventing us from using our full strength." Lin Keju nodded her head and spoke with a serious expression. After receiving confirmation, Yi Qinfeng's eyes immediately lit up. Although his soul power was being suppressed, his physical strength wasn't. If everyone's soul power was being suppressed by the yin energy in the cemetery of death, then he would be able to use his physical strength to the maximum. When he met Yen Yu and Song Qi again, he would be able to use this advantage to take revenge. As the night deepened, the ear-piercing cries of ghosts could be heard. Streaks of green ghost fire were like meteors that streaked across the depths of the cemetery of death, causing people to tremble in fear. Someone's here? Just as Yi Qinfeng was sitting cross-legged on the slope and silently meditating, his sharp senses suddenly detected a very concealed soul power streaking across his body. He immediately became alert. What's wrong? Did something happen? Feeling the soul power surge in Yi Qinfeng's body, Lin Keju, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes and vigilantly asked, "I just felt that someone was secretly spying on us." A sharp gaze shot out from Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes as he looked through the dark night sky and densing energy and said in a serious tone, "Are you sure? How come I didn't feel anything?" Lin Keju said suspiciously with a frown. She did not believe that her spiritual perception was inferior to Yi Qinfeng's. "Something's coming." Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. He stood up abruptly and took out the Scarlet Heaven's sword from his cosmos sack. Screech! Just as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, a series of bone-chilling cries of ghosts rang out. Hundreds of legless ghosts floated in the air like the wind. Their facial features were blurry, and their bodies were one with the night sky. They howled as they attacked the two of them. So many specters. Lin Kazhu didn't have time to ponder why so many specters suddenly appeared. She quickly took out the mid-grade spirit artifact, Fire Crystal Battle Blade, from her Qinkuan bag and shouted, "Yi Qinfeng, let's rush out." "All right." Yi Qinfeng nodded. A powerful force of qi and blood burst out from his body. A light flashed under his feet, and he charged into the group of ghosts like a bolt of lightning. The Scarlet Heaven sword in his hand slashed out a sharp sword light, directly splitting two ghosts that got close to him in half. Undead? Yi Qinfeng discovered that the two specters that were split by the Scarlet Heaven sword were actually showing signs of reforming their soul bodies. He revealed a trace of astonishment. "Yi Qinfeng, these specters can borrow the death aura in the cemetery of death to reform their bodies. Normal attacks won't be able to kill them. We have to completely exterminate them." Lin Kazhu, who had a fire python's phantom on her body and was releasing a torrential fire aura, reminded him loudly. "Got it." Yi Qinfeng nodded and kept the Scarlet Heaven sword in his Qinkuan bag. He circulated the 6 Meridians divine shield and rapidly increased his physical strength. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength had increased to 25,000 jin. The rich blood qi was like a smoke signal as it surged in his body. Pung, pung, pung! Faced with Yi Qinfeng's fists that were filled with blood qi energy, the specters exploded one after another without any suspense, turning into clouds of yin qi. As expected, the blood qi energy in my body is the nemesis of these specters. Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed that his blood qi attack was effective. He was like an invincible god of war as he continuously blasted out fist radiance that surged with qi energy. He cooperated with Lin Kazhu to break out of the encirclement. What a powerful strength! Witnessing Yi Qinfeng's astonishing speed in exterminating the specters and feeling the continuous burst of physical strength in his body, Lin Kazhu, who was not far from him, had a slight change in her expression. She realized that she had underestimated Yi Qinfeng. It was definitely not luck that he could repeatedly break the Sky Fire Martial House's records. Screech! Just as the two of them were about to break out of the encirclement, an ear-piercing cry of a ghost suddenly entered their ears. A 3-meter-tall ghost surrounded by Densing Qi and with exceptionally clear facial features stood in front of the two of them, blocking their path. Spectre King. Why would a Spectre King that is comparable to a Grade 1 earthly beast general appear in the periphery of the Cemetery of Death? Lin Kazhu felt that the appearance of these specters was very strange. A powerful spectre like the Spectre King would normally only appear in the central region of the Cemetery of Death and would rarely appear in the periphery of the Cemetery of Death. Could it be that there was really someone who attracted the Spectre King and these specters here? A ridiculous thought popped up in Lin Kazhu's mind. Half-step sword force. While Lin Kazhu was hesitating, the Scarlet Heaven sword turned into a scarlet ray of light and appeared in Yi Qinfeng's hand. A powerful sword force gushed out from his body and gathered in the Scarlet Heaven sword, forming a sharp sword ray. With a shocking momentum, the sword ray slashed towards the Spectre King, who was blocking their path. Although the Spectre King's strength was far superior to Yi Qinfeng's, he was only a soul, and his defense was his greatest weakness. When the sword ray that contained the half-step sword force struck him, the Spectre King's body was immediately split apart. The half-step sword force within the sword ray continuously crushed his soul, not giving him the chance to absorb the yin qi to recover his soul. Witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng splitting the Spectre King in half, Lin Kazhu's heart trembled. She finally believed that Yi Qinfeng had the strength to fight against a Grade 1 earthly beast general. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Yi Qinfeng shouted as he and Lin Kazhu rushed through the dense qi and headed towards the northwest. Chapter 78. Early in the morning, a soft light purple and white appeared in the east. The eerie and terrifying cemetery of death gradually regained its tranquility at dawn. A large number of ghosts entered the ground and disappeared. It's finally daybreak. After fighting for half the night and exhausting a large amount of soul power, Yi Qinfeng and Lin Jiju let out a long sigh of relief. They found an ancient tree that had long withered and jumped onto it to recover. Roughly an hour later, Yi Qinfeng and Lin Kazhu recovered their exhausted soul force and stamina and woke up after adjusting their breathing. Yi Qinfeng, are you not affected by the yin energy in the cemetery of death? Lin Kazhu asked curiously when she thought of how Yi Qinfeng fought more and more fiercely last night without any signs of his soul power being suppressed. The soul power in my body is suppressed by the yin energy in the cemetery of death. However, I was born with divine strength and my physical strength made up for the deficiency. Therefore, the yin energy in the cemetery of death has a limited effect on me. Yi Qinfeng said vaguely, unwilling to reveal his body tempering inheritance. Do you have the bloodline of a divine beast? Lin Kazhu's eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a surprised expression as she asked curiously. There were some gifted people in the Duhan continent who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. They had the bloodline of a divine beast hidden in their bodies. Once the divine beast bloodline awakened, they would possess talent and strength that surpassed ordinary people. These people were collectively known as the proud sons of heaven in the Duhan continent. No, it would be great if I had the bloodline of a divine beast. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said with a wry smile, Forget it, I won't ask you any more. Thinking that everyone had their own secrets, Lin Kazhu didn't ask any further. She stood up from the withered tree and looked at the cemetery of death that was strewn with corpses. She said, All right, it's daybreak. Let's quickly find the Yin Ganoderma and leave this damned place as soon as possible. Okay. Yi Qinfeng nodded and jumped down from the withered tree with Lin Kazhu. They quickly moved towards the depths of the cemetery of death. The Yin Ganoderma was a spirit item formed by the accumulation of the yin qi of death. It usually grew in places where the yin qi was the densest. Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qingtang constantly searched for the whereabouts of the yin Ganoderma according to the changes in the yin qi in the air. The two of them searched for more than 2 hours. In the depths of the cemetery of death, they found a group of tombs with dense yin energy. In the center of the group of tombs, there was a huge stone coffin that was more than 3 meters tall. Its surface was engraved with dark patterns. 2 fist-sized, bone-white yin Ganoderma grew in a corner of the coffin. They looked like mushrooms. After discovering the 2 yin Ganoderma seeds, Yi Qinfeng and the other did not immediately go forward to pick them. This was because they sensed an aura that made their hearts palpitate from within the sarcophagus. What a terrifying aura! Inside this stone coffin should be a rank 3 Earth Beast General Corpse King. Lin Kazhu said with a serious expression, Wait for me here. I'm going to pick those 2 yin Ganodermas. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said, No, it's too dangerous. Let me go. Lin Kazhu shook her head and refused. Trust me, I won't joke around with my life. If there's really danger, remember to come to my rescue. Yi Qinfeng revealed a confident smile and said, All right then, be careful. Lin Kazhu held the fire crystal blade in her hand and softly exhorted. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. With Scarlet Heaven's sword in hand, he carefully approached the terrifying giant sarcophagus. When he was about 3 meters away from the sarcophagus, he could clearly feel a terrifying awakening power surging out of the sarcophagus. The sleeping Corpse King was awakened by the rich blood energy on Yi Qinfeng's body. Not good. The Corpse King has awakened. Yi Qinfeng's expression changed. He used Transfiguration Phantom and suddenly sped up. In a flash, he appeared beside the two Yin Ganodermas. Before the Corpse King could attack, he forcefully picked the two Yin Ganodermas. Boom! The moment the Yin Ganodermas were picked, Yin Qi that made Yi Qinfeng feel suffocated erupted from the sarcophagus. It pushed open the heavy lid of the sarcophagus and fiercely bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body, sending him flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. If Yi Qinfeng had not cultivated the viscera refinement realm to the small success realm and greatly improved his physical defense, this Yin Qi that was compressed to the extreme would have been enough to heavily injure his body and cause him to lose his ability to fight. Despicable human. Leave the Yin Ganodermas for me. The undead king, who was about 3 meters tall and wearing bronze armor, flew out of the sarcophagus and roared loudly with a chilling wail. Ha! 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 Fire Shadow Blade Mountain. Just as the enraged Corpse King chased after Yi Qinfeng, Lin Kazhu, who was already prepared, leaped into the air. The image of a flame python appeared, and the flame crystal battle saber in her hand shone with endless flames. A saber mountain with flickering saber light and fire descended from the sky, slashing onto the Corpse King's body. Chi! A blade mark appeared on the Corpse King's bronze armor. The powerful blade light caused it to lose control of its body and uncontrollably take 3 steps back. Let's go. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood in his body. He and Lin Kazhu fled to the edge of the tombs. Despicable human. I will definitely eat you. The angry Corpse King with surging Yin Qi quickly chased after Yi Qinfeng and Lin Kazhu like a storm. Half-step sword force. Just as the Corpse King used its strength to close the distance between Yi Qinfeng and Lin Kazhu, the Scarlet Heaven sword in Yi Qinfeng's hand gushed out a sharp sword force. It gathered into a shocking sword light and slashed at the Corpse King, forcing it back and slowing down its pursuit. What's that sound? At this time Yan Yu, who had entered the depths of the cemetery of death to search for the Yin Ganoderma, suddenly heard the Corpse King's angry roar and was attracted over. It's actually them. When the two of them saw from afar that the people the Corpse King was chasing were actually Yi Qinfeng and Lin Kazhu, ruthlessness immediately appeared in their eyes. It seems that they picked the Yin Ganoderma. Thinking of the possibility, Yan Yu and Song Kazhu retracted their auras and quietly followed. Roughly 2 hours later, Yi Qinfeng and Lin Kazhu used all of their abilities and expended a large amount of soul power to finally shake off the Corpse King's pursuit and appear at the edge of the cemetery of death. Huff huff, we're finally safe. The panting Lin Kazhu said with lingering fear, that Corpse King is too scary. Its strength probably surpasses that of a rank 4 Earth Beast General. Careful, someone is approaching. Just as the two of them were adjusting their breathing and recovering their expended soul power, Yi Qinfeng's sharp perception detected 2 blurry auras rapidly approaching and immediately became alert. It's them. Seeing Yan Yu and Song Qi rapidly approaching, Lin Kazhu's expression became abnormally unsightly. She didn't think that her luck would be so bad. After expending so much effort to shake off the Corpse King, she encountered the even more dangerous Yan Yu and Song Qi. In her current state, she definitely wasn't a match for the two of them. A trace of panic appeared in her heart. Lin Kazhu, we meet again. It seems that we are quite fated. Yan Yu noticed that Lin Kazhu's face was slightly pale and revealed a sinister smile as he spoke with ill intentions. Yan Yu, what do you want to do? Lin Kazhu forced herself to be calm as she asked. What do you think we want to do? Yan Zhe looked at Lin Kazhu's hot body with a burning gaze as he spoke with ill intentions. Lin Kazhu, it's time for you to pay back the humiliation you brought me that day. As for this brat, I will let him taste all kinds of pain for a long time and let him slowly die in pain. Yan Zhe licked his scarlet lips as he spoke viciously. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Yi Qinfeng threw the last soul recovery pill into his mouth, and a powerful burst of physical strength was emitted from his body. Chapter 79. Senior Sister Lin, leave Yan Yu to me. Yi Qinfeng's physical strength instantly increased. Using Shifting Phantom, he suddenly launched an attack at Yan Yu, who was the strongest of the group, with a powerful physical pressure. Courting death. When Yan Yu saw Yi Qinfeng's attack, he immediately took out a mid-grade spirit artifact staff with coiling dragon patterns from his Qinkuan pouch. With an irresistible force, it pierced towards Yi Qinfeng's chest. In order to heavily injure Yi Qinfeng, Yan Yu used almost all of his strength. A bolt of lightning appeared on the body of the staff, increasing the attack power. Careful, dodge quickly. Lin Keju knew how terrifying Yan Yu was. Even she didn't dare to say that she could win against Yan Yu. And now, Yi Qinfeng's exhaustion was obvious, and he couldn't display his full strength. 40,000 pounds of strength. Hearing Lin Keju's exclamation, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He controlled the energy in his body to fuse with his soul power, increasing his strength to the limit. A large amount of energy gathered on the surface of his fist as he welcomed the incoming dragon pattern staff with a punch. Using his flesh to meet the dragon pattern staff head-on, this brat must be tired of living. Seeing the scene in front of him, Song-Chi revealed a mocking smile. He could already foresee the scene of Yi Qinfeng's arm shattering. Lin Keju, who was about to attack, revealed a look of despair. She didn't dare to continue watching. Buzz! Yi Qinfeng's fist, which had compressed his strength to the limit, hit the dragon pattern staff. The terrifying 40,000 pounds of strength was like a tide, rushing into the staff and shattering the coiling lightning on the surface of the staff. The impact caused Yan Yu's arm to go numb, and he almost lost his grip on the staff. What? Is this guy's fist made of black iron? How can it be so hard? Yan Yu's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. Not only was Yan Yu stunned by Yi Qinfeng's shocking physical strength, Song-Chi and Lin Keju also fell into a daze. They looked at Yi Qinfeng as if they were looking at a monster. As expected, Yan Yu's strength has been suppressed to the 6th rank due to the influence of the Cemetery of Death. Yi Qinfeng's heart calmed down as he pushed Yan Yu back with a punch. Qin Wentian roared as his aura erupted once more. His blood and qi surged out of his body like smoke signals, and the terrifying pressure caused Yan Yu to feel stifled. Thunder, Flood Dragon Staff Technique. Sensing the threat that Yi Qinfeng posed, Yan Yu didn't dare to be careless anymore. She decisively used her high-grade spirit rank soul skill, Thunderstorm Staff, to counterattack. A beam of light flashed with lightning as it shot out. It transformed into a flood dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It roared as it attacked Yi Qinfeng. Although Yan Yu was affected by the Cemetery of Death and was unable to unleash the Tempest Staff's strongest attack, the Tempest Staff was still a high-grade spirit rank soul skill. Its might was extremely terrifying. Phantom Shift. Sensing the threat of the lightning flood dragon, Yi Qinfeng decisively used Phantom Shift to dodge. A light flashed beneath his feet and a blurry shadow appeared, increasing his speed. He narrowly dodged the lightning flood dragon's attack and closed in on Yan Yu, launching a thunderous attack. Yi Qinfeng and Yan Yu were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Keju and Song-Chi, who had regained their senses, also attacked each other. For a moment, deafening explosions resounded. Terrifying soul powers collided violently, forming a fierce shockwave that shook the ground beneath their feet to the point that it was full of cracks. Large patches of tombstones were flattened. Lin Keju, who had consumed a lot of soul power, knew that if she couldn't defeat Song-Chi quickly, she would be in great danger. She decisively used her strongest soul skill to attack Song-Chi. Following the emergence of the flame python's enormous body, Surging soul power poured into the flame crystal warblade. For a moment, the surface of the flame crystal warblade was plated with a layer of fiery red light, as if it was burning. Mountain of fire shadow blades! Lin Kazhu roared, and the flame crystal warblade in her hand suddenly slashed down. A terrifying red blade light swept up a scorching hot gale, turning into a mountain of blades that slashed towards Song-Chi. Lin Kazhu, today is different from the past. You are destined to be the loser. Song-Chi's pupils shrank. A terrifying beast soul faintly appeared in his body. Rolling purple lightning gushed out, condensing into a shocking purple lightning blade light that slashed towards the mountain of fire shadow blades. Boom! The moment the two shocking blade lights clashed, a deafening explosion erupted. Surging shockwaves fluctuated, and the Yin Qi churned violently. The earth seemed to be torn apart. Pooh! After a head-on collision, Lin Kazhu and Song-Chi both suffered a backlash. They retreated while spitting out blood. Lin Kazhu took a deep breath and suppressed the surging qi and blood in her body. She once again slashed out a flaming saber light at Song-Chi. For a moment, Lin Kazhu's tide-like attacks suppressed Song-Chi, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Lin Kazhu, I want to see how long you can last. Although Song-Chi was in a passive state, he did not panic. He used all his strength to defend and deplete Lin Kazhu's soul power, waiting for an opportunity to turn the situation around. Not good. Senior Sister Lin can't hold on for much longer. I have to end this quickly, or else she might be in danger. Although Lin Kazhu's attacks were fierce, Yi Qinfeng's sharp senses detected that Lin Kazhu's aura was somewhat chaotic. He guessed that she could not hold on for much longer. Yi Qinfeng used his absolute strength to block Yan Yu's dragon-patterned staff. He slapped his Qingkuan pouch, and the Scarlet Heaven sword turned into a streak of red light and flew out. Then, the half-step sword force gushed out from his body. Half-step sword force. He thrust out his sword, and a sharp sword light appeared in the air. It pierced through the chaotic air and slashed towards Yan Yu with an unstoppable force. When Yan Yu unleashed his soul skill and forcefully resisted Yi Qinfeng's half-step sword force, causing him to lose control of his body, Yi Qinfeng used shape-shifting phantom and suddenly closed in on him. Go to hell! Yi Qinfeng strangely appeared in front of Yan Yu. Yan Yu, who had lost control of his body, immediately waved his dragon-patterned staff to attack. When the overlapping staff lights fell, Yi Qinfeng used form displacement phantom to dodge the overlapping staff lights and appeared behind him. Not good. The overlapping staff shadows were dodged by Yi Qinfeng, and Yan Yu instinctively wanted to dodge. But the moment he dodged, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet tremble, which slowed down his dodging speed. In the next moment, a sharp sword light appeared behind him. It slashed through the air and broke through his body's defense, leaving behind a deep sword wound on his back that revealed his bones and sent him flying. Before he could stabilize his body, boundless sword force erupted from Yi Qinfeng's body once again. It condensed an astonishing destructive force and slashed towards his head. Although Yan Yu dodged with all his might, the sword light condensed from half-step sword force was too fast. In the blink of an eye, his right arm was chopped off by the sharp sword light and rolled on the ground, dripping with blood. His right arm was chopped off by Yi Qinfeng, causing Yan Yu to howl in pain. He covered the wound on his severed arm and decisively fled. Chapter 80. Senior Sister Lin, are you all right? Yi Qinfeng saw that Song Qigong had just escaped, and Lin Kazhu's soul power had been severely depleted. Her body was weak, and she was sitting on the ground, gasping for air. Qingfeng, it's all thanks to you this time. If you hadn't heavily injured Yan Yu and cut off his arm, I might have been in danger. Lin Kazhu said with lingering fear. This was the first time she was glad to team up with Yi Qinfeng for a mission. She was even more shocked by his strength. In her memory, She had never heard of a rank 3 beast illusionist defeating a rank 1 Earth beast general. Senior Sister Lin, your body is too weak. You should quickly adjust your breathing and heal your injuries. Then we will leave this place, Yi Chenfeng urged softly as he looked at the pale Lin Kazhu. Okay. Lin Kazhu didn't try to be brave. She quickly threw a pill into her mouth and sat cross-legged on the ground. She circulated her soul art and recovered. While Lin Kazhu was recovering, Yi Chenfeng took out more than 10 low-grade soul crystals from his Qingquan bag and quietly circulated his soul-devouring art. He devoured the soul power contained in the soul crystals to replenish his exhausted soul power and physical strength. Time passed by slowly. After 3 hours of recuperation, Yi Chenfeng and Hui Yuhao had basically recovered their expended soul force and injuries. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. It was about to turn dark again. Thinking of how terrifying the cemetery of death was at night, the two didn't stay for long. They quickly moved towards the periphery of the cemetery of death, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Just as Yi Chenfeng and Lin Kazhu were getting closer to the periphery of the cemetery of death, 2 terrified screams suddenly entered their ears and attracted their attention. That scream sounded like it came from Yan Yu and Song Qi. Could it be that they discovered the Yinlingji and were attacked by the Corpse King? Lin Kazhu's brows twitched slightly as she guessed. After discussing with Yi Chenfeng, she carefully approached. Just as the two passed through the layers of Yinlingji and appeared in a densely packed cemetery, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Yan Yu and Song Qi, who were on par with them, were lying on the ground with faces full of fear. The blood in their bodies, as well as the Qingquan bags on their bodies, had all disappeared without a trace. They shouldn't have been killed by the Corpse King. If it was the Corpse King, it definitely wouldn't want their Qingquan pouches. Yi Chenfeng analyzed after examining the 2 corpses. Then who killed them? Lin Kazhu asked with a grave expression, her heart filled with deep unease. Senior Sister, do you still remember last night? I said that someone seemed to be spying on us. Yi Chenfeng guessed. Perhaps the 2 of them were killed by that person. Chenfeng, it's not easy to stay here. Let's get out of here, quickly. When Yi Chenfeng said this, Lin Kazhu immediately thought of the strange scene from last night. The uneasiness in her heart grew even stronger. She immediately pulled Yi Chenfeng and fled out of the cemetery of death. For someone who could easily kill Yan Yu and Song Qi, killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. Wait, that person is here. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Yi Chenfeng suddenly grabbed Lin Kazhu's soft hand and looked ahead as if he was facing a great enemy. In the dense Yin Qi, a tall and sturdy man wearing a black robe and a devil mask slowly walked over. I really didn't expect that a rank 3 beast illusionist like you would be able to discover my soul spying on you twice. It seems like you have some secrets that I am interested in, the ghost-masked man said with a hoarse voice. 2 chilling eyes shot out from the ghost mask. We have never offended you. If you are willing to let us go, I am willing to give you my Qingquan pouches. Feeling that the ghost-masked man's strength was even more terrifying than the Corpse King, Lin Kazhu was afraid. Ha ha ha! I went through untold hardships to lure you here. Do you think I will let you leave alive? The ghost-masked man laughed loudly and said, After I kill you all, everything on you will be mine. Hearing the ghost-masked man's arrogant words, Yi Chenfeng raised his eyebrows and said with a serious expression, Could it be that the cemetery of death is your bounty? The ghost-masked man released a powerful aura and locked onto Yi Chenfeng and Lin Kazhu as he said with a hoarse voice, Brat, I have discovered that you are very smart. I am somewhat reluctant to kill you. Feeling the pressure released by the ghost-masked man, Yi Chenfeng and Lin Kazhu's breathing became difficult, and their legs kept sinking. A rank 6 Earth Beast General. This person should be a rank 6 Earth Beast General expert. Through the ghost masked man's aura, Lin Kazhu guessed his strength and her heart fell to the bottom. With her and Yi Qinfeng's strength, there was no chance of survival if they encountered a rank 6 Earth Beast General expert. Cold sweat flowed down her forehead. At this moment, she was truly afraid. Chengfeng, let's split up and escape. If anyone is lucky enough to escape from him, immediately return to the Sky Fire Marshal House and report this matter to the Marshal House Master. Ask him to avenge us. The anxious Lin Kazhu instructed through voice transmission. This person is too strong. We don't have a chance. The only thing we can do now is to work together. Perhaps we will have a chance of survival. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and silently increased his physical strength, preparing for the final fight. Let's charge. Yi Qinfeng didn't sit still and wait for death. Following an ear-piercing sword cry, the Scarlet Heaven sword filled with half-step sword force pierced towards the ghost masked man. Spectre Ghost Claw. Facing the half-step sword force attack, the ghost masked man did not dodge. Endless Yin Qi gathered in his right hand, and in an instant a dark green, extremely sharp ghost claw flew out and grabbed the Scarlet Heaven sword that was thrusting towards him. Kacha! The low-grade spiritual Scarlet Heaven sword couldn't withstand the attack of the Spectre Ghost Claw, and cracks appeared on the surface of the sword. The incomparably tough Scarlet Heaven sword was cracked by the ghost masked man's soul skill. Mountain of fire shadow blades. The moment Yi Qinfeng used half-step sword force to attack, Lin Kazhu clenched her teeth and leaped into the air. Endless fire qi poured into her fire crystal battle blade and slashed out a mountain of blades that were filled with flames, bombarding the ghost masked man. Seeing that the ghost masked man was about to be swallowed by the mountain of blades, a ghost bat that emitted a purple light appeared on his body and smashed the mountain of blades into pieces. Purple soul light, you are a heavenly beast, immortal expert. Seeing the purple light emitted by the ghost bat, Lin Kazhu despaired. She never dreamed that she would meet a legendary figure in the cemetery of death. Why did the God-Eater brain analyze that this person is only a rank 6 earthly beast general, but his spiritual beast is at the level of a heavenly beast immortal? Could it be that he was injured and has been hiding in the cemetery of death to recuperate? Yi Qinfeng tried to calm himself down and guessed in his heart. Although Yi Qinfeng guessed the ghost masked man's secret, the difference in strength between them was too great. With the strength of Yi Qinfeng and Lin Kazhu, it was impossible for them to make a comeback. All right, the game is over. You can die now. Chapter 81. Qi and Blood Burn. As the ghost bat attacked, Lin Kazhu's eyes revealed a resolute expression. She didn't hesitate to burn all the qi and blood in her body and poured it into the fire crystal battle blade. She slashed with her strongest blade towards the ghost bat as a final gamble. The moment Lin Kazhu put her life on the line, Yi Qinfeng threw away the heavily damaged Scarlet Heaven sword that was full of cracks and took out the mysterious broken sword. He didn't care about the danger and poured his half-step sword force into the broken sword to attack. After infusing the half-step sword force that Yi Qinfeng poured in, the broken sword became restless. Yi Qinfeng could clearly feel that the sword force sealed on the broken sword's hilt showed signs of breaking out. Buzz! A glaring white light lit up. Under Yi Qinfeng's full-powered half-step sword force attack, the broken sword reflected a sharp sword ray. It brought along an ear-piercing sound as it slashed towards the aggressive ghost bat. Boom! Boom! Two loud sounds echoed. The fire shadow sword mountain and half-step sword force slashed onto the ghost bat's body one after another, setting off a huge wave. Endless energy swept across the surroundings, causing the surrounding air to shake and set off billowing waves. After facing the two's strongest attacks head-on, the purple soul light emitted by the ghost bat's body dimmed a little, especially the sword ray condensed by Yi Qinfeng's half-step sword force. It even injured the ghost bat's soul body, causing the ghost masked man to feel a trace of soul power backlash. The ghost bat was infuriated by the fact that its soul was injured. It flapped its huge fleshy wings and forcibly broke the saber mountain and sword shadow. Then it spat out balls of purple soul light toward Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qingtang to attack them. Quickly dodge! As the purple soul light attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately used Form Displacement Phantom and transformed into a blurry shadow. He narrowly dodged the purple soul light attack. As for Lin Ziyue, who was burning her qi and blood to launch her strongest attack, she couldn't dodge and was hit in the chest by a purple soul light. The inner armor she was wearing was immediately shattered. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell dozens of meters away before fainting. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. The demon-masked man suppressed the backlash of his soul force and glared at Yi Qinfeng with a murderous look in his eyes. Looks like you're heavily injured. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to injure you with our strength. Yi Qinfeng stared at him with burning eyes. He quietly controlled the power of the soul-devouring brain to break the runes on the broken sword as he spoke in a low voice, stalling for time. Kid, you know too much. This is not a good thing for you. The masked man fused the ghost bat into his body and walked toward Yi Qinfeng with heavy steps. Although he walked very slowly, with every step he took, the aura emitted from his body would increase by a bit. The powerful pressure made Yi Qinfeng's breathing more and more difficult. Senior, if I can help you attract more people, would you let me go? Yi Qinfeng said with difficulty as he continued to stall for time. No. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength was not high, the masked man could sense a dangerous aura from his body. He spoke with murderous intent. Senior, you talk too much nonsense. Die obediently. The masked man interrupted Yi Qinfeng's words. He clapped his right hand in the air and formed the ghost claw again. With an ear-piercing sound, he clawed at Yi Qinfeng's chest, wanting to crush his heart. It's not certain who will die. Yi Qinfeng roared. He held the broken sword with both hands and slashed at the ghost claw with a force that could split the sky. In the next moment, the sword force sealed in the broken sword shot out. Under the horrified gaze of the masked man, it pierced through the ghost claw and slashed at the masked man with a force of 1,000 pounds. The masked man did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be able to slash out such a terrifying sword. In addition, they were too close to each other and he had no time to dodge. Ghost bat! At the critical moment, he summoned his soul beast, the ghost bat, wanting to block the shocking sword force. However, the last sword force sealed in the broken sword was too terrifying. The ghost bat that was emitting purple light could not block it at all. Chi! A strange sound of cloth tearing rang out as the shocking sword aura cleaved through the ghost bat without any suspense. The remaining power did not diminish as it slashed onto the masked man's body, cutting off more than half of his body. A large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain covering the ground. The sword force sealed in the broken sword did not disappoint me. Looking at the masked man who was lying in a pool of blood and was barely alive, Yi Qinfeng breathed a sigh of relief. If this sword force failed, he would not be able to escape. More importantly, there was no hidden danger in the broken sword. In the future, he could repair the damaged formation patterns in the broken sword without worry and use it as a weapon. Sword force. With your strength, how could you release such a powerful sword force? Who are you? The masked man did not even dream that he would fall into the hands of Yi Qinfeng. He said in despair, Who I am is not important. What's important is, who are you? Yi Qinfeng looked at the ghost masked man who was on the verge of death. He was also curious about his identity. I never thought that I would fall into the hands of a junior like you. The masked man said with a sigh, It seems like the heavens want me to die. After saying that, the masked man, who knew that he was going to die, wanted to self-destruct. Suddenly, a sharp sword ray shot out from the broken sword and chopped off his only remaining left arm. He was in so much pain that he howled in agony and stopped his thoughts of suicide. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared behind him with a phantom image and struck his head with a palm, knocking him unconscious. Soul-devouring art, devour! Yi Qinfeng's palm surged with boundless devouring power. It went through the masked man's head and into the depths of his soul. It devoured his spirit beast, the blood bat. Immediately, rich soul force flowed into all the meridians in his body, increasing his strength while tempering his internal organs. Such rich soul power. What kind of expert is this person? Even when he is heavily injured, the blood bat still has such strong soul power. Feeling the soul power in his body rising and his organs transforming, Yi Qinfeng felt his heart palpitate at the masked man's peak strength. My soul power is overflowing. Breakthrough. After about 30 minutes, Yi Qinfeng, who had devoured a large amount of soul power, felt his soul power overflowing. He naturally broke through to the 4th rank beast illusionist realm. After breaking through, Yi Qinfeng continued to devour the soul power in the masked man's mind to increase his strength and cultivate the 6 meridians divine shield. After another 30 minutes, Yi Qinfeng completely devoured the masked man's spirit beast, the blood bat. At this moment, his soul power was overflowing again, and he easily broke through to the 5th rank beast illusionist realm. His organs had absorbed 60% of the blood bat soul power, and 60% of the tempering was completed. His pure physical strength had reached a shocking strength of 30,000 kilograms. In addition to the increase in soul power, his strongest physical strength had reached over 60,000 kilograms. One punch was enough to kill a 6th rank beast illusionist. Chapter 82. What a serious injury! Her meridians are severely damaged. 6 of her sternum are broken, and one of the bones pierced through her heart artery. Yi Qinfeng relied on his inherited medical skills to check Lin Keju's injuries and found that her injuries were very serious. If it wasn't for the inner armor that neutralized most of the attacks from the ghost bats and the vigorous blood chi in her body, she would have died a long time ago. No! I have to treat senior sister Lin's injuries as soon as possible, or else her life will be in danger. But at this time the sky was gradually darkening, and the cemetery of death was full of danger. The ear-piercing cries of ghosts continuously entered his ears. Once a large number of ghosts came out from the ground. Lin Keju would be in even more danger, and Yi Qinfeng wouldn't have the time to treat her. I wonder if there are any healing elixirs among the ghost masked man's belongings. After pondering, Yi Qinfeng took out 2 Qiankis from the ghost masked man's belongings. Borrowing the power of the soul devourer's brain, he broke the array patterns in the Qinkuan bag one by one and released his soul power into it. So many low-grade soul crystals, and there are even mid-grade soul crystals. When Yi Qinfeng released his soul force into the first Qinkuan pouch, a look of shock appeared on his face. He discovered that this Qinkuan pouch was filled with soul crystals. There were more than 30,000 low-grade soul crystals and 123 mid-grade soul crystals. The value of mid-grade soul crystals was much higher than low-grade soul crystals, and outside of the illusory sects, they were rarely seen in the outside world. When Yi Qinfeng released his soul power into the second Qinkuan bag, he found a lot of strange things, but time was limited, and he didn't have time to study them. Yes, this is the soul returning elixir. Yi Qinfeng found a jade bottle sealed with runes in the Qinkuan bag. When he broke the restriction of the runes and opened the bottle, he found that there were 9 priceless soul returning pellets inside. The soul returning elixir was a 9th grade elixir made from dozens of precious herbs, and it was a first-class healing elixir. Each soul returning elixir was worth more than 3,000 low-grade soul crystals, and it was priceless. Senior Sister Lin can be saved. Yi Qinfeng took out a soul returning pill and stuffed it into Lin Keju's mouth. Immediately, a large amount of medicinal power flowed down her throat and into her body, healing her injuries. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Lin. The soul-returning pill had taken effect, but Lin Kaju still had a fatal wound on her body, and that was the broken bone in her chest. If it was not connected in time, even the soul-returning pill would not be able to heal the broken arteries in her heart. The situation was urgent, so Yi Qinfeng didn't have time to appreciate her attractive body. He took a deep breath and tried to get rid of all distracting thoughts. He took out a box of silver needles from his Qingkuan bag and used the Tianqian needle to insert them into the acupuncture points on her body. Following that, Yi Qinfeng released his soul power into Lin Keju's body, locked onto her broken bones, and carefully set them back together. Because the process was too painful, Lin Keju woke up from her deep coma. When she opened her tired eyes and found Yi Qinfeng sitting beside her, stretching out his large hands to massage her body, she immediately became nervous. Senior Sister Lin, don't be nervous. I'm helping you set your bones. If I wasn't able to connect your broken bones in time, I'm afraid your life would be in danger. Yi Qinfeng noticed that Lin Keju had woken up and quickly explained, Thank you. Knowing that Yi Qinfeng was helping her heal her injuries, the shy Lin Keju spat out these two words with difficulty. She closed her eyes and allowed Yi Qinfeng to help her set her bones. After about half an hour, Yi Qinfeng finally connected Lin Keju's broken bones. Following that, he took out a set of clothes from his Qingkuan bag and helped her put them on, covering her body. Senior Sister Lin, hold on to me tightly. Let's leave this place first. Lin Keju's life was no longer in danger. Yi Qinfeng immediately carried her by the waist and ran towards the periphery of the cemetery of death. At this time, the sky was already dark. A large number of specters drilled out from the ground and launched attacks at Yi Qinfeng and Lin Keju. Although there were a lot of specters surrounding them, Yi Qinfeng's strength was no longer the same as before. He was like a rapidly flying meteorite, exploding with astonishing strength and crushing all the specters that got close to him. Qinfeng, you broke through to become a rank 5 beast illusionist. Feeling Yi Qinfeng's explosive strength, Lin Keju, who was hugging him tightly and nestling in his embrace, revealed an extremely shocked expression. And wait until we leave this place. I'll explain to you. Yi Qinfeng vaguely said. About 7 hours later, dawn replaced the night and descended upon the world. Yi Qinfeng carried Lin Keju, whose injuries were slowly recovering, and finally killed their way out of the cemetery of death that was filled with dangers. Phew, we're finally out. After killing all the way, even with Yi Qinfeng's strength, he still felt extremely exhausted. After putting down Lin Keju's soft body, he panted heavily. Qinfeng, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Although Yi Qinfeng touched her body, Lin Keju knew that if it wasn't for him, she would have been buried in the cemetery of death. She was extremely grateful. Senior Sister Lin, how do you feel? Yi Qinfeng let out a mouthful of turbid air, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and asked softly, I'm much better. Oh, right, Qinfeng. Where's that terrifying devil-masked man from last night? Why didn't he kill us? Recalling the terrifying scene last night, Lin Keju asked doubtfully. She couldn't understand why the devil-masked man would let them go. We were saved by someone last night. When the devil-masked man injured me, a mysterious expert appeared and saved me. He even gave me an elixir pill. It was because of that elixir pill that I was able to heal my injuries. I even made continuous breakthroughs in my cultivation and reached class 5 beast illusionist. Yi Qinfeng felt that the devil-masked man might be hiding a huge secret. In addition, the devil-masked man's belongings were too plentiful. Yi Qinfeng decided to conceal the truth and fabricated a story. Continuous breakthroughs in cultivation. Could it be a spirit-grade soul elixir? Although Yi Qinfeng's story was full of loopholes, Lin Keju didn't doubt his words. After all, the devil-masked man was suspected to be a heaven beast immortal expert. With Yi Qinfeng's strength, He couldn't contend against him. The only explanation was that someone saved them. I didn't expect this cemetery of death to be so terrifying. Lin Kaju said with lingering fear, "Oh right, senior sister, can you call back that green-winged dove?" "I'm afraid it was chased away by the Thunder Mountain Marshal House's people?" Yi Chinfeng asked softly. "Let me try." Lin Kaju took out a stone whistle from her Chinquan bag and blew a strange sound. After about an incense stick's worth of time, an ear-piercing bird cry sounded. The green-winged dove flapped its dark green wings and quickly flew over. "Let's go,"